And like we work at the surface level, we catch every drop at the surface. We put every single drop wherever possible to improve the groundwater table. We work at water mapping of water usage, as in for human drinking, open wells; for cattle drinking, cattle ponds; for irrigation uses, check dams or farm ponds; and for hygiene, again, check dams or other things. We do rooftop rainwater harvesting, borewell recharging, basically just catch every drop. That's what we realize is the solution. Third level, which we do, is very, very critical, which is we work at both demand side and supply side. Like we look at, analyze the demand for 10-year, over a 10-year horizon, that what's going to be the population of this village, cattle population, human population, farming opportunities over next 10 years, and then do a mathematics and then work on the demand supply side. And then also work on demand side, as in regulate the demand, create water management committees at the local level, which are gender neutral, and empower them to ensure that there's sustainability built into the whole system. By the committees, they create corpus, they collect corpus, and this corpus is then used to maintain the different structures that are created. So that builds in sustainability, and that also allows us to exit from those villages and move to different villages. We recently also got UN accreditation, and I was also at the UN water conference, so it was a big thing for us. So I think we have, time and again, it has got proved that rainwater, catching rainwater and harvesting rainwater appropriately is providing enormous socio-economic benefits, which I have seen, I have witnessed firsthand. The families are able to break the vicious cycle of poverty, build virtuous cycle of growth and development, time and again, just through rainwater harvesting. I mean, there's nothing else we are doing, honestly. And that is kind of creating multiple opportunities, like agriculture opportunities for farmers. Year-round farming is possible because there's water available. Women, we did one research. According to that, women are saving almost 1,500 hours per annum just because water is available in their own villages. And we did this, so we call it coping cost. Coping cost is basically you have to cope because there's no water available. So coping cost. So, and when you convert this 1,500 hours into, say, for example, 250 Indian rupees, which is the local labor rate, I mean, look at the amount of money that is going down the drain just because the woman is not able to work. So we then create economic opportunities for women through local livelihoods and stuff like that. So, it has been a phenomenal journey, and we also have a very large program on climate action and stuff like that. So, and everywhere rainwater is massively used. And of course, time and again, it has proved that disasters, we have to face more and more disasters going forward because of climate change, because of our own stupidity, stupid actions over last decades, centuries, etc. And of course, because of climate change. And this disaster, mitigating disaster, clearly, if we are able to capture rainwater, not only we can overcome droughts, but also mitigate floods, because then you'll have system for diverting the extra flood water to the ground, to some other places where it can be stored for future use. So clearly, this is an opportunity area which, we have to, and I'm sure all of us believe that rainwater is the way forward, catching rainwater is the way forward, and that's why all of us are here, because we definitely believe that. So we have a very impressive line of speakers today, and I'm extremely fortunate to have an amazing person as a repertoire, Dr. Manoj Samuel. I mean, I was really admiring, I was so inspired by his resume, and getting to share the dais with him is absolutely a great honor. Thank you so much for making this happen, Tanuja. And some hygiene rules, of course, total presentation time is 15 minutes, 12 minutes presentation, 3 minutes discussion. And discussion will be after all the presentations. And I hope to have let's have discussion and let's carry forward. Let's take home some best practices and, some key actionable points after this session. So let me now invite our first speaker, Engineer Zahir Gardesi. And I was so happy to see him yesterday. I have seen him multiple times over Zoom. And yesterday, first time we met in person, and what an amazingly warm person he is. And from an incredibly beautiful part of Pakistan. And earthquakes, as we know, are devastating, and it makes people homeless, but it also makes people thirsty and hungry, unfortunately. The only option in such natural disaster events is to harvest rainwater and rebuild lives to keep affected people on track of development. Mr. Zahir Gardesi is a civil engineer, holds an MSc in environmental engineering. He has long years of experience in planning, designing, executing, and monitoring development programs, projects, particularly donors-assisted physical infrastructure, including WASH education and rural access roads in the public sector of Pakistan and Azad Jammu and Kashmir. Azad Kashmir, what is it? AJK is what? Acha, Azad Jammu and Kashmir. Okay. He's well versed in national and international working and quality standards and has understanding of SDGs, sphere standards, climate change, environmental and social safeguards, and sustainable development. He has made significant contributions while serving in the Earthquake Relief and Rehabilitation Authority of Pakistan. From beautiful Kashmir Valley, I invite Mr. Gardezi to come and share his experiences. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for this nice introduction. Can we minimize this one? I'm really honored to be here in the second international conference, and let me congratulate SARNET and its partner organization for holding this very important and really very need of the hour to have such conferences and discussions. Can we put up these slides? My topic is promotion of rainwater harvesting in earthquake affected areas, as explained by the chairperson. And as a part of research, one of my guiding and evaluation committee member, Ms. Iram Amar, she assisted us in carrying out the quality standards and quality analysis of the rainwater harvesting. So she is also part of my presentation. Country overview. Rainfall in Pakistan, the average rainfall ranges from 200 millimeter to 1700 millimeter, from the extreme south to the extreme north, actually. Water supply sources. When we talk about the groundwater, it is tube wells, open wells, hand pumps, Kares in Balochistan. It's a special kind of water supply system. And surface water we use there in Pakistan is springs, streams, rivers, and rooftop rainwater harvesting in the north part of Pakistan. We have approved national water policy in 2018, and this also addresses the climate change and extreme weather events, including rainwater harvesting. Based on the concept of integrated water resource management, national water policy focuses on promoting sustainable consumption and protection patterns. Augmentation of the available water sources, improving availability, reliability, and quality of fresh water, and rainwater management in areas where it can be disposed of, it cannot be disposed of, or diverted into the rivers. These are the glimpses of earthquake 2005. More than 73,000 deaths, 128,000 injured, and more than 500,000 families were affected. And an area of almost 30,000 square kilometers, almost equal to Switzerland, actually. Including education, health, housing, roads, telecommunication, water and sanitation was also badly affected. More than 4,500 water supply and sanitation systems were affected badly. You can see these small dots, you can see these are the water supply system which were affected throughout this area. And as I said, thanks God, we were able to rehabilitate and reconstruct all these infrastructure within 4 to 5 years, which benefited more than 2.7 million population. The challenges we faced after earthquake, in the case of this disaster, in all the sectors we faced the challenge, and there was a slogan of government of Pakistan that we need to build back better. Actually, whatever has been destroyed, we need to rehabilitate in a manner that it's better than the previous one. So in case of water and sanitation sector, we faced two major challenges. One was how to ensure the water quantity in a long-term manner, and how to ensure the water quality in a long-term manner. Water quality is a continuous process. Definitely, it relates with the behavioral change and awareness. And so we took some remedial measures. In case of water quality, we carried out a detailed mapping of all these 4,000 plus water sources so that we should have a knowledge of that, what kind of contamination is there. So, very interestingly, in these areas, more than 78% were biological contamination because the spring sources are open sources. So generally, then particularly during the rainfall season, these sources get contaminated. In other case, in terms of quantity, we initiated this rainwater harvesting, that whatever the sources are there, they were being used, they were being utilized conventionally. But this rainwater harvesting was a new initiative that, okay, we are going to initiate this, and we implemented this. This is a typical area. This is the typical layout of the population. You can see the hilly area, the scattered population. It's really difficult. Either you have to go uphill and bring down the water sources, water supply through gravity sources, or you have to pump it from the downhill side water sources. So both are not cost effective and costly. And in terms of operation and maintenance, both the system are definitely need more management and more cost. So keeping all these things and all other factors, and under the slogan of Build Back Better, ERA is Earthquake Reconstruction Rehabilitation Authority. This was established after the earthquake in 2005. This was the new authority established to take up this gigantic work of rehabilitation and reconstruction. So under this slogan, we initiated rainwater harvesting project in earthquake affected areas. We took advantage of two major factors. The one was, you can see that the highest rainfall areas are the earthquake affected areas, or the northern part of Pakistan where earthquake happened. So this is the highest rainfall area. More average rainfall is around 1,500 millimeter. And the second advantage was, before the earthquake, more than 70 to 80% houses were mud roof houses. But now after earthquake, all these buildings were reconstructed, or houses were reconstructed, and the tin roof houses were there. More than 90% buildings now have the tin roof. And the tin roof gives you neat and clean water. So taking advantage of highest rainfall and the feasible surface of the rooftop, we initiated this. This is the glimpse of the previous houses. You can see that these kind of houses were existing. If we initiated this rooftop rainwater harvesting before earthquake, nobody would have accepted that, because the muddy water would be coming down. And you can see from here, this is the 30 years long history of rainfall pattern, and only 2 seasons we get some dry spells during May and June, and then October and November. And the rest of the period, we have average rainfall is sufficient to catch rainwater harvest. So we initiated around $6.2 million project. This was the largest ever project in the public sector and even the private sector of Pakistan at that time. And safely, I think at the regional level at that time, I didn't hear about that any larger than that. So more than 40,000 rural housing systems, rural houses got rainwater harvesting system. What we did, because it was a promotion of rainwater harvesting, the objective was to promote in the whole of earthquake affected areas. So more than 200 union councils were affected, but out of that, we picked only 20 union councils. Average one union council has 10 to 12 villages, and one village average has 2,000 to 4,000 population. So and we picked these 20 union councils in a way that these 20 union councils were spread all over earthquake affected areas, so that when we will be piloting this project in these union councils, the trickle down effect will go into the whole of the earthquake affected areas. And as a policy, all the public sector buildings which were reconstructed do consist or do included rainwater harvesting in the design, in the architectural design of each building. So trainings, workshops, seminars, and development of technical guidelines was part of this program. We went in a holistic way, actually. We targeted, because we have to develop, it was a new initiative, so we have to develop the technical guidelines. We have to motivate and raise the awareness among all the segment of the society. So workshops, school debates, workshops, training of artisans, universities were chipped in, seminars in the universities. So then inauguration, you can see from here. So this is a typical, from here you can see a typical rooftop rainwater harvesting. Initially, when we started, it was a little bit crude method, but later on, after you can see the first flush diverter, and then we installed the storage tanks. Basically, it is the storage of water. You have to create as many as possible, actually. That is the major cost. From here, you can see that it's really difficult to provide pipe water supply on the top of the hills, but it's very easy to provide water through rainwater harvesting on top of the mountains. So if the solution issue is water, the solution is rainwater harvesting. Recently, after this 10, 15 years, I was project director in Islamic Development Bank, and we constructed more than 300 schools recently, and we replicated that project in the school projects. You can see these beautiful buildings, and all these buildings have been provided with the water supply system through rainwater harvesting. So water quality, I'll not go into the detail, it's excellent within the WHO, except the biological contamination, which we can take cater for with simple solutions. Third-party evaluations were carried out by International Environment Agency. It was hired by Ministry of Climate Change at that time in the context of TAMS, tracking adaptation and measuring development. So monitoring indicators were developed based on this, our initiative. All the studies show that it's excellent idea, we need to develop it. Now, as a result, the government of AJK, the Prime Minister has given the directive that within next 3 years, we have to promote in the whole of the AJK. And the Capital Development Islamabad Authority has initiated the directive. They have initiated this policy as a policy that every house will have the rainwater harvesting in that area. So recommendation is that senior management and policy makers and need to be advocated, and rainwater potential be taken from the SARNET experience. We need to promote at large, and SARNET forum may be utilized for launching pilot projects. We can create an endowment fund. Actually, I was talking to Hen yesterday that this is an opportunity that we can come up with some pilot projects and we can provide some assistance. We can chip in through UNFCCC and other donor agencies. Biannual seminars are being held, and architects and planners are to be advised and to be make aware of that. Okay, every building should be designed in a way that it considers rainwater harvesting. Whether it is desert, whether it is mountainous area, we need to save every drop. Actually, it is free, but not that kind of free. We need to be very wise while we are using it. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions at the end.
Yeah, so maybe we can take the questions at the end of the first half. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Zahirji. Wonderful work, and potential of rainwater to rehabilitate earthquake affected communities is so huge, especially in such areas. I mean, this project really proves that, the potential, you need to just replicate this thought and ideas and, reach out to all these far-flung communities. So from the beautiful valleys and hills of Kashmir, we'll go to the plains of central India. I will now invite Nilesh Mankar, engineer Nilesh Mankar, to talk about his work in green project. Nagpur is known for its oranges. I don't know if you know, Nagpur is very, very famous for its juicy oranges. Nagpur is also famous for one more thing, the 0 mile rock. You know, the whole mileage counting starts from Nagpur. So there's a stone called 0 mile. And from there, the entire counting of north and south and east and west of India begins. So Nagpur is famous for a lot of things. And Nagpur is also famous for extreme temperature, extreme climate. So from 5 degrees to 50 degrees, people are used to extreme cold and extreme heat. So, and clearly, you know, when you have such a situation, it calls for enormous innovation and out of box thinking. And I'm so happy to invite Nilesh here. Nilesh is a mechanical engineer. He worked with Mumbai Municipal Corporation for 6 years, handling stormwater drain projects for controlling the flood situation in Mumbai. Thousands of old defunct bore wells were rejuvenated by him through flushing and used as recharge shafts. He has been in charge of borewell drilling, installation of hand pumps, power pumps, solar systems, maintenance. He has done innovative projects regarding rainwater harvesting. He is currently working as the District Council Nagpur in India. Welcome, Nilesh.
Thank you.
So 15
Good morning,
minutes,
all of
you have 15 minutes,
Yes,
Nilesh. Thank you.
Respected all dignitaries, in my presentation, one of the short video film is included. Today's my presentation on mitigating the climate impact of water scarcity through the green project in Central Indian region, Nagpur District Council of Maharashtra, India. Basically, Nagpur weather is cold and heat wave. Temperature is about 45 to 46 degrees in summer. This is the orange city. Most of the rapidly urbanization due to this water supply and demand management is very tough. Current challenges for flung tribal villages and outreach is difficult. Poor operation and maintenance of the scheme leading in failures, depleted water condition due to over exploitation lean period long, discontinuous supply of electricity and technical glitches, lack of use of wash facilities leading to health burden and hardship, old public buildings whose roofs were not proper for rainwater drainage, high dropout percentage of students in school due to uncomfortable conditions like high room temperature and insufficient water during summer. The component of TGP means the green project. All these components are included in our projects. Basically, rooftop rainwater harvesting. Average rainfall of Nagpur about 100,000 millimeter per year in just 3 months. While we're doing the survey of government buildings, we found that the roof of the building were not proper and did not have a parapet wall, which was necessary to take appropriate measures in spite of average rainfall of about 1000 mm. However, water scarcity in some areas in districts. We use also white paint to reduce the room temperature. Basically, effort deferred borewell were flushed borewell which is could not be flushed used as a recharge shaft where groundwater was deep. The rainwater should not be wasted by nalas and river. To catch the rainwater on roof, the building was provided by parapet wall and water proofing roof on the building, and proper slope was created to ensure more drainage in less time. Here is a recharge shaft, storage tank. We use filters online filters, self-cleaning filters. Actually, basically, most of the filters used traditionally, there is a repeatedly maintenance problem. Also, we use a solar water pumping system in our buildings. After demand of water, this solar energy system connected to grid via net metering. This beneficially for consumer. This is our scheme. This is village level solar scheme, household tap connection. This is primary health center, pre-primary school, and drinking water facilities in our schools. This is the our main input, and this is output. Output, life of the building increases by waterproofing or using of paints. White paint used to reduce the temperature 2 to 5 degrees Celsius. Due to white paint, less electrical appliances required, and the definitely 40% up to 40% natural resources can be saved. Less maintenance cost, increase the water level, solar energy use to pumping water instead of electricity from grid, reduction in pumping cost, as well as improvement of condition in school to avoid dropout percentage of students. This is the poster of overall picture of my green project, and I will show you this picture. This is actually, this is the case study of air in summer condition. Air cooler is very needed in our areas. All these calculation, how to reduce the energy and how to reduce the consumption of water. These projects funded by government, 5 projects from central scheme Jal Jeevan Mission, 258 employment guarantee scheme, 183 from finance commission up, and 2 from government and trust fund. Basically 2 project implemented on temple. And after all implementation, UNICEF also supported. Now key finding detailed study underway, final report awaited. All now next month will be possible. Demonstration of whole consumer side through partner agency SACAD, net metering introduced using generated electricity, documentation in the form of audiovisual for publicity purpose. Disseminating this concept for school student and college is use of policy papers to be prepared for maintenance purpose. Support for national and international cross learning. Conclusion, useful idea for tackling the impact of climate change, water scarcity, ensure access and equitable distribution during the lean period, private population in institution, healthcare center, preschools, schools, as well as tribal population, useful technology for peri-urban and urban areas. Common people can be used this type of technologies. Data collection in sense of energy saving, we analysis all these benefits, and a working policy paper for green project concept as a mission on government level. I thankful to Mr. Yogesh Kumbechkar, District Collector Bhandara, Mr. Soumya Sharma ma'am, my CEO, elected member of District Council. Actually, public participation is very important in this project. UNICEF Maharashtra, Mr. Khadse, Niri India, Mr. Prabhat Kumar Jain, Central Groundwater Board, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. After that, one more video play here.
The summer season in Nagpur is difficult as the temperature certainly crosses 45 degrees every year. In the summer season, people have to face water scarcity. Because of absence of a large river basin, the people of Nagpur region rely on groundwater for drinking and irrigation. Due to such rampant use, the groundwater reserves are depleting. Thus, it is essential to address issues due to water scarcity and increasing demand for cooling in a sustainable manner. For the past few years, Zilla Parishad Nagpur is working extensively to tackle the issues of water scarcity. The interventions taken up by Nagpur Zilla Parishad in the areas of water conservation and energy renewal have shown the positive results. Considering the learnings from these interventions, the Green Project was implemented in the various regions of Nagpur. The project was initiated in 7 locations across the Nagpur district. The model is demonstrated at schools, preschools, and primary health centers. Firstly, a parapet wall was added to the roof to create the catchment for rainwater harvesting. A 1-degree slope was given from the center of the building to either sides. The roof is made waterproof using damp-proof and heat-absorbent paint. The paint used is heat resistance and food grade quality that provides anti-dampness feature and absorbs heat. The paint helps cool the building up to 4 to 5 degrees Celsius, especially during summers. The filter works on the principle of centrifugal force and has a self-cleaning mechanism so that no dirt or dry waste blocks the flow of water. The storage tank is installed either at the ground level or on the top of the premise to store the harvested water and to use it during lean period as and when required. The recharge shaft is a bore well of larger diameter which is used to recharge shallow aquifers as the depth of these shafts is limited. Sometimes, existing borewells are flushed out to remove debris and choke-ups and are used as rejuvenated tube wells. Manually operated dual pump. It is a force lift type of pump that functions as a hand pump and can also be used to pump the water in the tanks installed on the rooftops. The solar pump system uses both submersible as well as other types of pumps to lift water from the borewells to feed water supply distribution system of the premises wherever it is connected. Due to the white paint on the rooftop, the sunlight gets reflected and it is being observed that the solar panels start generating electricity earlier than its usual time. This phenomenon is termed as the albedo effect. Multiple intervention approach has yielded significant results and is emerging as a scientific approach to address multi-challenges faced by the community.
विजेची बचत झाली की आपोआपच इलेक्ट्रिक बिल सुद्धा हे काही कमी येईल. सर्वांनी आपापल्या छतवर असं सिस्टम केलं तर पाण्याची काहीच म्हणजे कमतरता होणार नाही.
The initiative and the implementation of the Green Project undertaken by Nagpur Zilla Parishad, UNICEF Maharashtra and Sacred Aurangabad is an environment-friendly and sustainable method for achieving a clean and green environment. There is a great opportunity in scaling up and replicating this approach to ensure environmental sustainability of the existing infrastructure and utility services and to mitigate the climate risk, to reach the unreached or deprived population with climate-smart, greener solutions towards climate-resilient society.
Rainwater harvesting is the need of the hour, protecting the environment in terms of climate change. Innovative measures needs to be taken. It is our responsibility to reserve natural resources for next generation is to bright up their future. This is the SDG goal. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. You know what gives me hope? When the government works so efficiently and comes out with such innovative practices and methodologies and actually implements and brings them to action. That is actually what gives me hope. And I keep on saying that, you know, the best day of my life will be when me or my organization will not be needed. And if we have more of such people, I'm sure we'll be, you know, absolute soon. We won't be needed very soon, which is what is giving me hope. Thank you so much, Nilesh and team for putting in place such an innovative project. And I'm sure there are enormous potential to replicate, you know, this across India, because all of us are tackling climate change. And yesterday I was reading this report that they are saying that, you know, that 1.5 degrees C, we are going to breach in next 5-6 years. So, you know, tough times ahead. And I'm sure such, you know, solutions are going to definitely help us tackle the extreme heat and extreme climate weather events. So yeah, so now again we go to the Himalayas, to Nepal, and rainwater is a magic wand which we all agree, and especially for the poor living in distant areas. Rainwater is free, but we can only use it if we catch every drop. And the biggest impact, as we all know, is when we put in place an integrated water resource management system. I would like to invite Soni Pun from another beautiful country, Nepal, to screen us a video on her efforts. Soni is a project officer in Kanchan, Nepal. She has been actively promoting rainwater harvesting in rural communities of Nepal through projects, Rain Communities, an integrated water resource management project, and Blue School program. Oh, I love the name, Blue School program. Implemented by Kanchan, Nepal, and integrated is an international rainwater harvesting alliance. She has work experience of assisting in studies related to rainwater harvesting and climate change impacts on water resource and health. She's passionate about working in climate change adaptation projects, especially rainwater harvesting. Over to you, Soni. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarika ma'am. Can we just play the video?
Nepal is one of the richest countries in water resources. Despite the fact that it is rich in water resources, people residing in the hilltops still suffer from acute water problems. Managing water for the community living in such areas is a challenging task. The available water resources are under threats due to infrastructural developments like road construction and expansion. Also, the impacts of climate change have exacerbated the water problems in the community. Rain communities, resilience and integrated natural resource management for rural communities in the mountainous region of Nepal is a 2-year project started in October 2019. The project is aimed to improve the water availability and nutrition of the project target communities by strengthening the productive capacities of the communities in the mountainous region of Nepal. Various activities were carried out during this project. 6,000-liter rainwater harvesting tanks were constructed in 30 households in Tulakot and Begnas rain communities. 26 rainwater harvesting systems were maintained in Maskut rain community. New type of ferrocement tank, pumpkin-shaped rainwater harvesting tank of 8,000 liter in capacity was constructed in one of the households in Begnas Rain community with the technical support from Lanka Rainwater Harvesting Forum from Sri Lanka. Two spring sources, namely Upallo Chhahare and Okhale Podero, were rehabilitated in Tulakut Rain community. 21 poly houses with metal frame structures were constructed and drip irrigation systems were installed in Tulakut and Begnas Rain community. Reforestation campaign was organized in Begnas, Hongsapur and Majkot Rain communities. Several pokharis were restored for infiltration and groundwater recharge. 3 pokharis in Majkot, 4 pokharis in Hongsapur and 1 pokhari in Begnas Rain community. A tree nursery named as KM Nursery was established in Ward number 5 of Madi Rural Municipality, where variety of plant species like cinnamon, lemon, asparagus, etc. were produced and distributed in the rain communities for plantation activities. Various trainings and workshops were organized in the rain communities on water, soil and agroforestry resources management.
नमस्कार, मेरो नाम श्याम भुजेल, म 31 नम्बर निवासी पोखरा डाँडाथर। हाम्रो यो समुदायमा पानीको एकदम अभाव थियो। बाटामाथिको पानी लिन जान आधा घण्टा लाग्ने, पूर्ण 2-3 घण्टा लाग्ने। अहिले यो पानीको ट्याङ्की बनाइदिएर कञ्चन नेपालले हामीलाई धेरै सुविधा भएको छ। भगवानै आस्तो भएकोलाई हेर्नु, पानी खलल्ल खेल्न पाइन्छ, युज गर्न पाइन्छ। पानीको सुविधा धेरै राम्रो भएको छ। यहाँ तरकारी खेती लाग्दा नि धेरै सुविधा भएको छ।
This project was really innovative for us since it tackled the water issues considering a global perspective. So it really includes the whole water cycle.
In the frame of the Rain Communities project in Nepal, we had a very challenging situation. First, the pandemic. The whole project started in 2019 and went through all 2021 during the pandemic situation. The second challenge is it was the scale of the project. It was the first time for IRA to work on such a big scale and watershed level. And the third is the diversity and range of activity from water collection at household level to reforestation campaign, soil maintenance. It was very diverse but also very exciting.
Nepal would like to thank the International Rainwater Harvesting Alliance, IRA, for providing us this opportunity to work with rain communities. The activities of IWRAMP project is nature-based solution, bringing changes in water accessibility of the communities. The participatory approach ensured the sustainability aspect of the project. We are thankful to local government, rain communities and all the donors of the project for successful implementation despite the COVID-19 situation. Thank you. Namaskar.
Yes, actually there is a longer version of this video in our YouTube channel. You can just watch it in the YouTube channel as well. But for the conference, I made it a little bit shorter, so it's like in a compact form. So this project was actually supported by International Rainwater Harvesting Alliance and from the support of Swiss municipalities and also through the 1% Development Fund as well. So actually, I haven't made any slides for conference, but I would just like to give a little bit of description of this project. So this Rain Communities project was actually aimed at improving the water availability in the community. So through this project, we implemented the project in 4 rain communities, namely Tulakut, Begnas, Majkot, and Hongsapur, which are located in the eastern hilly areas of Nepal. Since these communities are located on the hilltops and the spring sources are located downhill, it takes almost more than an hour for women, especially women, to collect water. So gravity flows systems are not feasible in this case, and also for water lifting system, it's like costly. So only feasible, what is feasible is the rainwater harvesting. So our NGO Kancha Nepal was established in 2008, and we were working on water and sanitation project. But through Blue School project and Rain Communities project, we went like more towards like integrative approach. We not only did the construction of rainwater harvesting tank, we did link it with agriculture as well. Also, you could see in the video that we did provide the communities with the poly houses where they could grow their vegetables, and also using some households are also using rainwater for the irrigation purpose. We also provided like drip irrigation systems within these households. Also, we improved like 2 spring sources in the community where most of the people were relying on drinking water. And in addition, there is like a tradition to build ponds in our community. So we almost, it wasn't planned to rehabilitate or restore 2 community ponds, but we almost managed to complete like 8 ponds in our community. We also did like reforestation campaign in our rain communities, as you could see in the video as well. So I think that's all from my project, Rain Communities. I hope you learn more about it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Soni. Do you know how much the water crisis costs, extreme poverty costing economies around the world? Do you know the number, Han? Any number? How much the economies, the water crisis, is the biggest driver of extreme poverty, and how much does it cost the economies around the world? I read the last number I read was about $260 billion every year. Just water crisis is costing economies around the world. I mean, it is scary, right? $260 billion every single year. That is the number. Anyway, definitely we can break this vicious cycle of poverty and deprivation through rainwater harvesting. Clearly, that is definitely emerging as a one of the solutions that is possible, doable, implementable, practical. I would, we have lots of case studies from Sri Lanka, from Nepal, from India. Let's hear some of the case studies from Sri Lanka. I would like to invite Mr. Upul Vikrama Ratna, who's joining virtually and going to talk about he's going to talk about reduction of poverty in rural villages in Sri Lanka by introducing groundwater harvesting. Over to you, Upul. Are you there?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Upul.
I'm not Upul. I'm the second author of this presentation because Mr. Upul unable to attend this meeting.
That's a good point. Yeah, Upul, is there a presentation by Upul?
Yes, I will share it.
Okay, perfect. Look forward.
Wait a minute, I will share it.
Is there a problem?
No, I think this is, my computer is getting slow.
Oh, okay. Maybe you can start talking in the meantime, the presentation loads.
Yes, good morning, everybody. And I am Dinuka Senanayaka, hydrogeologist from the groundwater section, Northwestern Province, Sri Lanka. Northwestern Province in National Water Supply and Drainage Board. I am the second author of this extended abstract. Today, Mr. Upul Vikramaratne cannot participate this this occasion because he will due to the unavoidable circumstances. And excuse me, I want to say that I am not in a good health condition. I also therefore I have to turn off my video because I got severe cold and fever and allergic condition. My eyes get termed, and you will difficult to see my face, and therefore I will turn off. Excuse me for that. Okay, let's start our presentation. Can you see? Sorry.
Yes, we can see, and we absolutely understand your situation. Please go ahead.
Give me a minute. Go to the first slide of this presentation. Okay. My topic is reduction of poverty in rural village by introducing groundwater harvesting to recharging collected rainwater. Right. Water is very scarce in dry zone in Sri Lanka. Water scarcity is a predominant feature in dry zone in Sri Lanka because unreliability of the rainfall and evaporation, poor storage condition, and hard rock areas are very common, and high intensity rainfall, but no sufficient time to infiltrate into the subsurface and increase the pressure of climate change and human activities. This is the one of the unpublished data. This is the north-western province of Sri Lanka, and this is the rainfall distribution from 1980 to 2020, and there are thousands of wells constructed in tube wells constructed by Water Supply and Drainage Board in Sri Lanka. We measure the water level at the initial state when the constructing of the well, and after 10 years, after several years, we measure the water level. In 1980 to 2000 time, we got water level, shallow water levels, and when measure the water levels in those wells in 2000 to 2020 period, we see that water level become deeper. Water level become more than 15 meter. It means that water level depletion in northwestern province in Sri Lanka observed from past to the future, present. That are the two main groundwater problems are the depletion of quantity and variation of the water quality. For quantity and quality variations are the main groundwater problems. Groundwater problems encountered due to the various reasons, but one is over abstraction, and the other one is the unreliability of the rainfall. Yes, then to avoid the continuous depletion of groundwater aquifers, we can introduce the artificial recharge to the groundwater aquifers for the sustainable usage. Then what is the importance of this groundwater recharge is, first one is the conservation and storage of excess water for future usage, and enhance the yield in the areas where aquifer has depleted, groundwater quality improvement through the dilution, preventing saline water intrusion and land subsidence, reducing the reduction volumes from the river flow, controlling effects from the climate change. Those are the advantages and importance of the artificial groundwater recharge. These are the several groundwater recharge methods. I think you already know those techniques. And rainwater harvesting groundwater recharging method. This is the method we introduced to the villages in the dry zone of Sri Lanka, because if we recharge, we have to concern the quality of the recharged water. If it is bad quality water, groundwater pollution will occur. So the best and cheap option is the rainwater. If it's the source which is freely available and good quality water, it is the good quality water source and a freely available source. Therefore, rainwater is the best groundwater recharge. Okay. Then, to educate the people in the dry zone of Sri Lanka about the rainwater harvesting groundwater recharge, we create some models and establish a groundwater recharge model unit in the northwestern province in Sri Lanka, in our office and National Water Supply and Drainage Board groundwater section office. We establish a groundwater recharge model unit to educate the people. It was established in 2019-2020 period, and there are two main objectives to establish this recharge unit. One is to aware the water sector communities about the artificial recharge, and it is artificial recharge, its importance and implementation, especially in dry zone. The other one is the introduce user-friendly, cost-effective and sustainable artificial recharge system for individuals. These are the several models we established in our recharge model unit. This is the recharge barrel method. This is the using shallow and deep tube wells to recharge the deep aquifers. This is a percolation tank. This is swells and berms. Like that, there are different models we established. Then we conduct awareness program to villages. These are the photograph of some awareness programs. Farmers, villagers, school children, government and private sector officials on the rainwater harvesting groundwater recharge methods. Training programs were conducted by hydrogeologists. In this program, Climate Resilience Integrated Water Management Project, CRIP project, was given valuable support to find the trainees. They will contact the villages trainees to us. At the end of the 2022, we trained 396 family units on the rainwater harvesting groundwater recharge, especially in Kurunegala, Puttalama, Vavuniya, Anuradhapura, Kagala districts. As seen in the map, you can see the GN divisions, and we conduct the training programs, GN division levels in this map. Then the Buduruwakanda villages, this group is our first training group. Buduruwakanda villages trained in 2020, and there are 52 families, 52 units, and they installed their rainwater harvesting groundwater recharge units. These photographs show that this is the installation of vertical shaft to collect roof water. This is the collecting and diverting roof water to the vertical shaft. And this is the diverting roof water to the shallow dug well of vertical shaft. This is the shallow dug well actually. Construction to the construction of these units, Red Cross and TRIP project give the financial supports to the villages, because they have some villages not in a good economical condition, and the Red Cross and TRIP project will give the financial supports to install these units in Budurokanda village. Now they get benefits from that rainwater harvesting, groundwater recharge, and their gardens are in greenish color. Even in the dry season, they can cultivate short-term crops, and it will support their economy. Also, their well water quality will as well as quality as well as quantity improved. When we visit the Budurokanda, the people are thankful to us to introduce such system. And also you can also visit this village. It is in the near Galgamu area, and can see the change. My conclusion is the introduced rainwater harvesting, groundwater recharge practices will improve the groundwater retention, and thereby ensuring the continuous base flow of natural water drains that carry water to the minor reservoirs even during the prolonged drought. Promoting the same techniques among farming communities ensure soil water availability for crop survival, while reducing crop losses due to the water scarcity during drought. And groundwater recharging is instrumental in safeguarding water catchment areas with their ecosystems and delivering adaptation services such as buffering capacity of ecosystem against climate change. Improving the water retention of the entire system is key to the well-being of the all living in the ecosystem. And we much thankful to the TRIP project and UNDP, and also I thankful to the SARNET as well as the organization team of IMI, LR, WHF and USAID team for this forum to give us an opportunity to present our work. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senanaike. And please take care of your health. Very, very important. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, madam.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we are at sharp 10 till we have exactly 18 minutes for discussions. Let me start with a quiz, not a quiz, but a kind of a interesting fact. Do you know what happens when we don't get water to drink for a long period of time? What happens to our body? Have you ever wondered what will happen if we don't get water to drink? So there was this scientist who did one research on, so he interviewed several people, and based on that he kind of did this research paper that what happens to us when we don't get to drink water for a long period of time. He says that the first stage is normal dryness, which we all know. The second stage is where the throat burns, skin tightens, and eventually we start going insane. And the third stage, third and the last stage, is a progressive mummification of the body. Crazy, right? Anyway, so we have time for discussion. I would request my repertoire to kind of sum up the first session, and we can then take on questions. We have a very pertinent question raised by our Iranian friend. I think he has gone to the washroom. Let him come back and then we can talk about it. In the meantime, over to you, Dr. Manoj.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sadika. Good morning, all of you. Yeah, actually today so far we had 4 presentations, and we started with a very interesting presentation by Mr. Sahir Hussain Gardesi from Pakistan. He presented on promotion of rainwater harvesting in earthquake affected areas of Pakistan. And it was a very, very interesting presentation, because how the rainwater harvesting technology can come as a initiative for solving the issues faced by a natural disaster. So that he actually the one of the slogan, it was very interesting, BBB, build back better. So that how this rainwater harvesting initiative can come as a remedial measure for one of the major issue facing by the community staying over there, especially post earthquake time. So that thank you very much, sir, for that. Then second presentation is from engineer Nilesh Mankar. He is from Nagpur. As many of you know, Nagpur is in the central India, and he narrated how the agency he is working, how it could successfully implemented a project called Green Project to mitigate the climate change impacts on water security, on water scarcity in central India region. So that he emphasized on some of the very innovative rainwater harvesting methods coupled with the groundwater recharge and renewable energy. That is the beauty of his project, because he not only that is concentrated only on rainwater harvesting. Other sustainable initiatives like groundwater recharging using vertical shaft, and solar energy systems he have actually coupled, and it has come. I think it is started bearing fruits. I have a question to Nilesh. I think I will ask after that. Then a third presentation is from Miss Soni from Nepal. She presented a very beautiful video, and in that video they narrated how nature-based solutions and rainwater harvesting technology helped in sustainable development in one region of Nepal. So it was very interesting. Thank you, Soni, for that. And finally, today's first session's last presentation is from SMDN Senanaige. He was the second author. The first author was Ubul Vikrama Nakne, but he couldn't join. And Mr. Senanaige explained how the capacities of people were developed towards groundwater recharge and rainwater harvesting initiatives in some part of Sri Lanka. And different technologies they have demonstrated before the people, and slowly the capacities were built, and the people were actually by their own will how they can be motivated towards such type of technologies. So that all the four presentations were very good, and I think we have a lot of questions, so that it's open for discussion now. And I have a question to Nilesh. Shall I start then? Yeah. Actually, Nilesh, my question is, what is the government support and beneficiaries contribution in your this groundwater recharge, rainwater harvesting, and all this? That is one question. Second question is, you are telling about the groundwater recharge using vertical shaft. Whether you are measuring the groundwater level, what is the difference in the groundwater level before the pre and post implementation of this scheme?
The first question, actually government supported 15 Finance Commission fund for rainwater harvesting. This is compulsory for water management. 60% fund compulsorily rainwater harvesting drinking purpose, and 40% on sanitation.
Beneficiary contribution. Beneficiary contribution. Individual.
Yes. Beneficiary contribution. 2 projects completed on temple. That's the trust fund we use. That's a temple trust fund we use, and nowadays we are working more temple covered. Actually, you know, most of the pilgrims contributed in temple in the money form of.
You shown one individual house. You are painting white paint and all.
Yeah.
But whether they have to spend some money from them?
No. Right now, all these buildings from government side, and communities are in front to create that type of project nowadays. And
full subsidy, 100%.
And second question, sir.
Groundwater, whether you are measuring the groundwater level before and after?
Yeah. Before and after. Before start of flushing, actually these are old bore wells. we use for rainwater harvesting, where the water level is deep and where there is no possibility of old borewell, we construct a new borewell as per geographical strata. Yeah, we have actually done more than 10,000 borewell in our district. We have all the fracture zones, aquifer zones.
So all of them are functioning now? They are all working now?
No, ma'am. Nowadays, 1,500 borewells not in functioning.
Okay.
And our government funded for recharge shaft as a recharge shaft.
So the recharge shaft was used for the borewells that were not in use, right? They were defunct borewells.
Defunct borewell already government spent more money on drilling borewell. Nowadays, these borewell are used for as a recharge shaft to increase the groundwater level.
My point is actually you can have some piezometer or observation.
Yeah, already piezometer all installed in our all Gram Panchayat village levels.
Enough.
That's why we measure the water level.
I have a question regarding that. Do we have any maintenance arrangement for this?
Yeah. Annually budget in our government for building maintenance. There is a maintenance cess fund.
No, particularly my question is, you all are installing these for these buildings and temples. So how they are maintaining after?
Actually, we provided guidelines.
Okay. So that organization are responsible for these.
They are owners.
How do you feel that it's working well, or do you it's satisfied level, or?
Satisfied.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Is the beneficiary they are taking care of that, they are trained, or because how long this maintenance fund will be given by government, so finally beneficiary has to take it further.
Yeah.
So what measures has been taken for that?
Actually, government funded it 15 finance all the panchayat levels. There is a provision for maintenance of water scheme as well as recharge, as well as nala bunding. All these funded by government 15 finance, and at village level, one of the committee, water sanitation committees, government form committees in all village levels.
May I ask questions? Okay, it's a general question. In fact, all of us.
Oh, thank you.
Right. Okay, I think even Mr. Hakuran, he also mentioning about basically we need to think about the survival rate after 5 years. So after some time, say the installed capacities, how long it remains. So that's we need to think about. Okay, one part is the baseline part, and after that, after a couple of years, or 5 years, how especially when the government systems give full subsidy kind of thing, especially Gardesha was a good ask, the survival rate, and a lot of challenges we face. In our project, we conducted an evaluation after 5 years, and we see that only 78% still remain. 28% no, the subsidy and the people either they don't bother about that, full of the dirt comes into the gutters and things like that. So this is a common challenge we face. But so we need to think about the survival, some sort of impact evaluation after 5 or 10 years kind of thing. Okay.
Ownership of community should think before start of the project, because finally they have to maintain their own system. And if that is initiated, we called nowadays under CSR or other measures that sustainability of the project, and the sustainability should not be at the end, it should be before the project start. And that is just one statement from me.
Can I ask a question? Yeah, this is to Mr. Gadeshi of Pakistan. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I wonder this communities in the disaster-prone areas, what was their source of water before the earthquake? If it is not the rainwater, how they were catalyzed and how they took the challenge of taking the or accepting the rainwater as a drinking water source?
In fact, as I mentioned right the first slide, the sources of water in Pakistan. So in these hilly areas, we usually have spring water sources. In the hilly areas, spring water sources or stream water sources. And if you go down in the south area, you will have the groundwater sources like hand pumps, dug wells, and tube wells. But in the hilly areas, if it doesn't rain, these water sources get dried up within, if it doesn't rain for 2 months, 3 months, and in some of the, I had a detailed presentation of based on that research, but here we have to cut down actually. This rainwater harvesting, why we initiated it, it's based on the research part actually. Even in some of the villages, people have to migrate sometime if it doesn't rain for 60, 70 days, because all the spring sources on the top of the hills, they get dried, and or women have to walk 4, 5, 6 kilometers down hills and fetch water. So that's why this rainwater is the best solution. If you remember my last slide, 2 houses on top of the hills, they have to go down the hills to fetch water. But if we provide rainwater on their rooftops, it's the easiest solution actually. The second thing, I think, for the sustainability, as Pradnya, she rightly mentioned, any project, we need to create ownership right from the beginning actually. You saw some of the schools over there, generally in the public sector, because I've been in the public sector, you mentioned. What happens when we say, okay, this is Sarkari school, yes, this is government school, this is, when you say this is government school, this is public school, the ownership is gone. So we need to create the ownership among the public actually first. You can see the private schools. I was engaged in the school systems, this mega project, when I started as a project director. So it was very interesting to see that all the public schools were not maintained, or like we are talking about the tube wells. He has mentioned that we have the maintenance budget, but if the ownership is taken by the community, I think that is going to sustain.
Just one question.
I think I have taken a lot of time.
No worries.
Can I just a quick question? I wanted to add something to him, and that is just, in the 2015 Nepal earthquake, we found that there was a lot of disturbance in the water supply systems. The springs that used to serve the community were now not there anymore. They were coming out far lower or on different locations. So that was a real disturbance. It also disturbed the outflow of the springs in the hills. Number one. Number two, in emergencies, it often also rains. Why are we not providing people with a 2x2 plastic sheet, or just even a sheet, and they will be able to collect water, so they have at least immediate water? Sorry, Rajendra.
You answered my question, Hang. I don't have to ask you. In fact, I want to ask the same question. What happens to the same springs which were there earlier after the earthquake? Are they still there, or they have all gone now?
Not all gone. There are two possibilities. Either they might have recharged, because in the hilly areas particularly, the water moves in fissure and cracks. And it's not a water table like in the hilly areas actually as such. You don't find the water at certain level. In hilly areas, it moves in fissures and cracks actually. So in some cases, the springs got more water was coming from that fissure of cracks. But in generally, they gone dried up because the route of the water was changed.
Thank you so much. We have two questions online. I'll just quickly take them. I'll take the second question first. I mean, this is for Nilesh, and the question is it presently being implemented only in government buildings and not at the community level? I think that's right? It's only done on temples or government buildings. So the answer is yes. Sorry, I answer on your behalf. And the second is for Saranaike about Sri Lanka. Are you there, Mr. Saranaike? If you're not there, then maybe I'll request Tanuja to answer this question. It's what is the approval process for this type of project in Sri Lanka? Who's the regulating authority? So I don't know who has the answer. Is Mr. Saranaike, are you there online?
Yes,
Oh, perfect, perfect, wonderful. Thank you so much for being online. The question for you is, what is the approval process for this type of project in Sri Lanka, and who's the regulating authority?
No approval project, such type of projects in Sri Lanka, because this project is somewhat testing basis, and this is not a large scale project. Therefore, in the present situation, there is no approval and no regulating body in Sri Lanka.
Okay, thank you so much. Pratna, you want to say something?
In continuation to the discussions both gentlemen had about the earthquake and the streams, that in line to that, that many times it works that such solutions which we derived in involving local community, because they are more aware of the geography and structure at that place, and the solutions come up is more feasible and sustainable than some technology outside we bring there. So involving them in the decision making of such situations and solutions also works. That is,
yeah, absolutely. A kind of a bottom-up approach where we use the wise wisdom that the villagers already have instead of parroting a solution is definitely much more sustainable. Anyway, now the biggest use of water is tea and coffee. So let's break for that. And we reassemble in exactly 20 minutes after having our fill of drinking some water and having tea and coffee.
Was that the sources had changed, so your pipeline system doesn't get water. It has gone 100 meters to the left or the right or the bottom or whatever. So that is, that was, so in that sense, you have to reach like near to survey. So you have to resurvey. That was a secret problem in Nepal also.
We observed in some of the not a foreign, I said.
Even the foreign means out of
that area is foreign.
But even then, one of the things that we also noticed, sometimes our structure determines who is saying what. And sometimes you have to double check and triangulate the question, because sometimes that fellow is not correct. There's a water source there also because he wants to keep it for himself. Yes,
perception both need to be mapped properly and
yeah.
It's not only technology and only people.
No. True. Very true. Yeah. Okay. Right. No, but that was the question. Of course, That is important. So that if you want to prove to your boss, Prime Minister or the Minister, right now, yeah. No, I think that was also good.
Let me start with this story. One day, a colonel from the army fell into a well, and can you, hi, hello. Okay, one day what happened, a colonel Saab from the army fell into the well, and the soldiers would throw the rope into the well and pull the colonel out. The moment the colonel would come out, the soldiers would leave the rope, snap to the attention and salute the colonel, and Colonel Saab would fall back into the well again. Okay, and this happened many times. Someone suggested that a brigadier be requested for help because he wouldn't have to salute the colonel. So one Brigadier Saab arrived. He threw the rope into the well and the Colonel Saab grabbed it. Brigadier Saab began pulling the rope. As soon as the Colonel Saab reached the top of the well, he spotted the Brigadier Saab. He immediately left the rope and saluted and fell back into the well once again. And then there was a total silence. Then everybody heard the desperate colonel say, "You idiots, get a pier. Get me a pier. Then I don't have to salute, nor he will have to salute." Moral of the story is that peers are very important and they can save your life. All of us are peers in this journey of climate change, and poverty eradication, sustainable development goals. So all of us are extremely important for each other and can actually save each other from difficult situations by learning best practices from each other. So welcome to this peer group called SARNET. And I would urge all of you to become members of SARNET. If you have still not become members of SARNET, as I mentioned, it's very important. We are going to save each other's lives. So that's the lady whom you can contact. That's Dhanushi for you. Please become members of SARNET. Contact Dhanushi. And let's all of us learn from each other and not become a brigadier or a colonel who's constantly falling down into the well. Okay, we'll probably, maybe in the lunchtime, we can talk about this, Dhanushi. Yeah, okay, great. So let's get started now. As I mentioned, the happiest moment in my life is when government is doing their job. And we have one more presentation from the government. Experience sharing of government program implementation on nature-based solutions for climate change adaptation. A case study from God's own country in India, Kerala, one of the most beautiful places in India. It's a pleasure, Dr. Rafael, to invite you. Dr. Jos Rafael is the director at District Rainwater Harvesting Mission, popularly known as Madapolima at Kerala State of India. Madapolima works for well recharge from rainwater harvesting. Dr. Jos holds a master's from the London School of Economics in social policy and works with water management, particularly on rainwater harvesting, since 1994. He secured Water, Air, Food Award Denmark in 2018. In the water category from Madapolima and won the outstanding award in the Korea Water Forum in the World Water Challenge 2018. Congratulations, Dr. Jos. It's such a pleasure to have such an illustrious person among us. Look forward to listening from you.
Okay.
So just a humble reminder, you have 15 minutes.
Yeah, okay. I'm so happy because I'm confident when I stand here, because this is something like the Mecca of rainwater harvesting, or you say the Vatican of rainwater harvesting. So our good friend of family of rainwater harvesting is here, like-minded people. And many of us have the stories of the struggles Sahir have. Even Dr. Tanuja might be having, she might not talk about the stories. You have the challenges to bring up. So I used to watch the video of a documentary of Dr. Tanuja in 2002. And I used to wonder, why should not I do that? So, okay, well, the story goes like that. Basically, this experience sharing of government implementation, it's one way, it's a story of my efforts in Kerala and my fellow friends from Kerala, including Dr. Manoj Samuel. So, you see the title has got two important words, that is nature-based solution for climate change adaptation. Both are jargons, in fact. They are simply rainwater harvesting. When I started the program, when we initiated the rainwater harvesting in the state of Kerala in the year 2000 and after, it was something like a water secure measure. We're trying to help out the people to reduce the water scarcity and to reduce the government supply of the tanker. So thereafter, we start to talk about the climate change and adaptation technique. And very recently, the nature-based solution came in. So we made use all these jargons. When we make a title, it's rainwater harvesting. Everybody knows, nothing new in it. So it's such a made in such a manner that make it important. All right. Now now I'm coming to the points. Okay, it takes time. How to shift this slide? Side. Okay. This is the map of India, and the Kerala is the Dr. Manoj also showed the Kerala the picture. We get Indian context, we get about 1200 millimeters of rainfall, whereas in Kerala we get 3000 millimeters of rainfall, pretty very high rather. But after 1983, I was in the college, I was doing bachelor's. We felt this climate change. We normally get the rain. It starts in June 1st or in between May 15th and June 1st. So the rain strikes in Kerala. Just after the Sri Lanka, we start to get the rain. But in 1983, I recollect that it didn't rain in between these days. It took time. Then we started to know that something is happening, some change is there. And thereafter, we were observing the change in the pattern of rainfall. See, the pattern of rainfall means, as a common man's observation, the rhythm of rain, that means the quantity of rainfall. And see, we can hear the sound of rain that comes from the higher, the far away place. No such things are thereafter we hear. So a lot of change has happened. Then in the year, then my PhD is in local governments and development planning, but I happened to work with the water management, the community irrigation, that's participatory irrigation management kind of thing from 94 to 19. Thereafter, my water career started. Then I fed up with the government system. I was working with the government. I fed up with the government system because it's pretty slow. I went to Leonard's Club. He's like, then came back at my hometown. I'm the youngest in my family. I had to take care of my father. My mother died. So I happened to be, I'm struck up in my hometown. And I was wondering, we have the water wells, that dug wells we have. Almost all houses, we have the wells. You see the picture of the well. It's a dying wisdom. We have the wells, and these wells go dry during summer. And there is a fluctuation of rainfall from 3,000 getting reduced. So this is a pattern. You see the women even digging the wells and all under the government employment guarantee program. So we got the laterites, the stones, and the soil texture is like that. So we can get we can strike the groundwater, this water by around even from 2 meters below ground till it's like that goes like. Okay, you see the picture of the water wells. I think in Sri Lanka also you have plenty of wells are there, right? Now, our problem is there are two problems. One is water wells go dry during summer. You'll see that picture over there. And the Kerala has got a long coastline, and we face saline increase. So the wells, in the saline, the coastal wells, we have two problems. One is saline ingress. Also, we got the problem of the iron. You'll see the iron content. So you see the picture, and in the bottom part, you will see some reddish precipitates. You will see that. So high iron content, that becomes a problem. So these are the two problems we started facing. And when I started working with this rainwater housing in the year 2000 and 2002, I started giving classes, local governments kind of thing. It goes like that. Then in 2003, it was International Year for Fresh Water. So that gave a little bit of momentum for the whole thing. So these are the two issues we faced, and we tried to find out the solutions and thereafter. Okay, the quantity as well as the quality issues for the wells, water wells. We have during this period, I think World Bank project started coming up with the rainwater harvesting tank, and there was a rain center in Trivandrum, and the manager of the rain center was Dr. Manoj Samuel, I recollect. He was the manager of the rain center. So so then thereafter 2004, we the lot of what I say propaganda for rainwater harvesting started. So the turning point again came in the year 2004. A newspaper called Malayalam Manorama in the local language. It's a very popular the daily, and people in Kerala read newspaper. Before getting a cup of tea, especially men, they search for the newspaper. So the newspaper, this newspaper played a very important role. That's a leading newspaper in Kerala. They started to, they made a campaign. It's called as Palatoli. That means many drops. There's a cat, you know that many drops makes an ocean. So the catchword was Palatuli. So under the banner of this, these many drops of Palatuli, they started giving awareness on rainwater harvesting, and come up with the success cases of harvesting, rainwater harvesting. Meanwhile, a couple of agencies like Malanar Development Society, so many societies started to invent with the rainwater harvesting tank form, not with the water well recharge. We have even I also we have installed about 28 rainwater harvesting tank, ferrocement tank, we say, in one of the poor income settlement called in 2000 decline. Now in my district, but my focus was on the people preference is for the water, well water, that they consider the precious. Almost all houses, that means about 72% of the total households in Kerala, they have their own precious water resource, that is water well. The quality, that means it tastes very good. So my focus was on how to save these wells. And so we had the two problems. The water level goes down in the summer. In the coastal belt, there is salinity. So I was trying to address this problem. Then in the year in 2004, my house is located close to district collectorate. We say district administration. The district collector means the revenue administration. It's the British pattern, in fact, district revenue collector. So we say the head of the executive head of the district is district collector. So I used to go to lobby the district collector. So can we have some rainwater harvesting? And I used to teach the district collector, this is the way we can do. It will have good impact. Then it started getting momentum. And I used to get some fund from USA, Dallas Indian Lions Club. They supported me for the rainwater harvesting. Then meanwhile, I worked with the newspaper Malayalam Manorama to give the propaganda for the rainwater harvesting. I was a resource person for that. In the year 2008, an interesting district collector came. He's a water-friendly man. He's one of the former the project manager or something, the operation manager of the World Bank scheme, Dr. Baby Kudan, VK Babies. He became the district collector of Thrissur district, that where I am. So we jointly made this a program called Masa Polima, and started working. Then this is a solution we used to, it's a scientific solution. It's scientifically proved by the Central Groundwater Board of India. It's not a new technique we developed. It's a technique suggested by Central Groundwater Board of India, but no, it's not at all popularized by the NGOs or any other agencies kind of thing. So, or the people not accepted for some. I think the World Bank scheme had this component, but it was not that, since they get the water, piped water, they were not opting for that. Now, and from 2008 onwards, we started giving awareness with the help of the local governments. Since the district collects the executive head of the district, he commands the district local governments to go for the rainwater harvest for well recharging. And luckily, another next turning point is that we secured a government order for well recharging to be implemented to the local government with subsidy. That is the turning point. So it comes about around, say, $100 equivalent, about some 4,500 rupees. And the 75% of that money is the subsidy component, and some 25 is the beneficiary contribution. But in the beginning, how many minutes I have? Excuse me. 10 minutes. Okay, I'm wasting my time. Okay. How many? Huh? 3 minutes. Okay. Oh, I goodness, I don't know how to do that. Okay. Netara, you see the local the water filter over here. Okay. You see we have the gravel here, and it's a plastic tank, I would say. We got the gravel, then thereafter the charcoal, and again the what is the gravel. Okay, the 3 layers are there. It's easily to make by the local plumbers. We can harvest roof rainwater that goes to the filter and goes to the well. Okay, this is simple technique. This is the formal one we used to propagate. Now you see this is important for the Hyben and Herzberg relations. It's quite important certain because you see look at this part groundwater body. You see that this is Colombo coast. You can just consider. So when the groundwater table in the Colombo coast dips down 1 meter, then the likelihood of the salt water intrusion to the coastal belt is 1:40%. So this is the scientific underpinnings we have. This Hyben and Herzberg relation, it is called as. It's all applicable to even the Bangladesh, wherever there are coastal parts. So to arrest this push from the saline ingress, what we need to have is well recharging. If we try to make well recharging, allowing the rainwater goes to the wells, it will help improve reduce the saline ingress and kind of. Okay, now this is you see in the schools we have done, and other one is the without filter systems are there, and even without this you see the well over there, there is a percolation bit caused by that. So even without any harvesting structure, if you just allow the rainwater close to the wells, that will percolate down, that can recharge well. There is no hard and fast rule. But at the same time in the coastal belt, these fixtures are essential, inevitable, because in the coastal belt we can't have the percolation pit, so it has to go directly into the well. In the waterlogged area, we can't do that in the percolation pit. So you see the change in the texture. That the left side you will see a bit of muddy, a bit iron with saline ingress, and the right side before and after you see the change in the water. See the well. Also, we can make use for the borewell as well. After filtration, this borewell also recharge. Okay, so this is for okay. Now comes to the then the mobilization strategy. You have to stop it, or I can stop it. That this is quite important for the youngsters.
I think go ahead.
Okay.
As fast
Thank
as
you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. What's more important is the volunteering to make the subject acceptable among the people. That was okay. That volunteering part is very important. Especially we used to talk about the funding is the major challenge for the rainwater. It's not so, but the people, the human resource to work at the grassroots, not necessarily looking for the money. That means their personal income. If there are people to work at the grassroots level, then we can make the changes. So organizing and lobbying to the government institutions, and that's also very important. We had a rain center, then then the Marapalima started a special work. Then the Marapalima, the word was not easily, no, the people can't understand. Then we made the name change to District Rainwater Harvesting Mission. Plenty of IEC programs we made, and I mentioned about the government order. Now you'll see the picture of this road show. We used to have the state festival called Onam. For that, we used to have the road shows. We have the exhibitions and plenty of training programs through the local government's training institution. And the posters and plenty of things are there. Apart from that, the newspaper also helped us in giving in 2 terms in the 2004 and 5. Then 2014, we had this particular newspaper with the Federal Bank. There's another bank in the CSR. The second campaign started. Now the people know about this well recharging. They're doing by their own. Okay, so the mobilization strategy is adopted. The funding part is very important, of course. The funding part is here. Now, what we did, the strategy we did, the request of the state and central government fund through the district administration, district collector. Then the central government scheme called Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Program and Integrated Watershed Development Program. So since we are in, exactly, we are not a government institution, it's a registered society by the at the district level, the district collector is the chairman. So it gives an impression that it's a government, it's not a government institution, it's a registered society. Okay, so that's the status of that organization. So, and the state government funds we got from Kerala State Disaster Management Authority. It's a disaster DRM. No, it's there. So the disaster, it's a DRR measure. No. So disaster management authority, we give the fund, plenty of funds. I'll give the things. Then we got the CSR fund from the RKM Trust Bangalore. And we more the more we mobilize the local government from to the rural local government, the municipalities, they set apart their plan fund, their funds for the well recharging. Now the people, now it's a story of now 2000 to 2022 and still continuing. So, and moreover that now since the people realize that it works well, it makes a positive impact, people do it their own, by their own funds. So we don't require any further funding. So our mission is accomplished rather. We don't know how many units now. There is a calculation I can say. We have implemented about 35,000 wells. You see the second point. In the year 2017, in fact, thereafter we stopped counting because we don't know so many people doing by their own way. So that's was, and regarding the funding part, the how much money we mobilize is the US dollar equivalent. You have how much you read fees read 8,53,658. I don't know the lakh and crore. You don't. I don't know whether all people know that this much amount we mobilize to the government system. Right. Okay. Then the government order supporting the implementation of this method is a subsidy through local government has been substantial to government officers. So the government officers are empowered, so they can choose this particular scheme to be implemented. So either this executive head of this local government, they are free to execute this. So they got the support, the orders of government support for that. And another thing is that at the same time, in the 2004, the Kerala government, we have the rainwater harvesting rules. When they have to get the building license or the house connection house number, they need to have the rainwater harvesting structure. But what happened that such rules not worked properly. So the people politely ignore, even when the government official comes to check the installation structure, the contractor gives a temporary structure. Then after getting the building number, that this structure is removed. So such malpractice going on. But instead, what we need to do that the IEC part, information education.
I think can we conclude?
Conclude. It's almost done.
Thank you.
Okay. And then as regarding the benefit denominator, I mentioned the survival rate. Okay. Then I think this is quite. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jose. This is very, very interesting. Thank you so much. And I really like the way the communities were mobilized, and importantly, community contributed, not only, importantly contributed in funds, and now they are doing it on their own. And I really like the statement that he made that, we stopped counting after a while because people are just doing it on their own. Wonderful. Congratulations for this great work. It is my now pleasure to invite Professor Shanti De Silva from Sri Lanka to share her experiences for groundwater recharge using rainwater in the Badula district of Sri Lanka. Welcome, Professor Shanti.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the project in collaboration with the Lanka Rainwater Harvesting Program and a research project and funded by USB. So mainly here what we are trying to do is groundwater. We are trying to recharge the groundwater using rainwater. So you all know, you'd have heard much about Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka is a country having 3 zones, about dry, wet and intermediate zone. And 2/3 of the country is dry zone. In addition to that, when you see the aquifers, 2/3 of the aquifers are crystalline hard rock aquifer. So by the name, you can understand it has very low permeability and infiltration rates are very low. So because of that, even the part only 10% or 15% of the rainfall can get into the groundwater. Then again, most of the population is in dry zone area because of the agricultural activities they are involved in. So it's a real hard time for the dry zone area people. So when there's a water scarcity, and sometimes they don't have water for drinking purposes also. So most of the situation, the communities are using groundwater, and it's a hidden source and it's very limited because of the crystalline and hard rock aquifers. The recharge is very limited. So the towns like Jaffna, Mullaitivu, Kilinochchi, Polanaruwa, Anuradhapura, Batticaloa, Manna, Putlam, Bavania, all these areas are in dry zone. So that is about the most of the agricultural production areas. So because of that, in the dry zone, even we get rainfall during October to January is we call it as Maha season. So majority of the rainfall is received there during that period. So we should be able to store most of the water during that period to use for the rainless period. So it's a bimodal rainfall pattern we are getting. So most of the rains happening in October, November, December period. So because of that, we were trying to get the rainfall of most of the rainfall to the as a storage, rainwater storage. Otherwise, it will go as waste as runoff. Then to serving the rainfall, there are different systems the NGOs have trying, and rainwater harvesting tanks and underground areas and things. We have done some other research using collecting the runoff in ponds or pataha in Kottavehara area, and we also that and how we can increase the recharge. So all our idea and our main objectives to keep the, because the rain wells get dry, because in January, February, March, after the rainfall is Maha season rainfall, the water level, groundwater levels are high near to the ground, and during the dry season, the water level goes down. And by August, October, August, before the monsoon season rains, the waters are very low in the well, so it gets dry. So what the main objective of our study is to keep the groundwater levels above by using the rainwater harvesting method. So for the methodology, we have selected the Badula area. The 7 schools have been selected because in schools, the wells are the main thing to use for drinking and other purposes, washing and other purposes. So we want the team on that rainwater harvesting forum targeted 7 schools and 7 agro wells, 7 wells to keep the water levels high without the wells get dried during the dry season. So the research was done during 2015 and 2019, and you can see the poster. This is the research project poster I see. So they measured the groundwater levels from the ground level. In addition, we measured pH, electrical conductivity, total soluble salts, and all those chemical parameters. And you can see this is the map showing the study area and the locations of wells. And in in Badulla, you can see the area located by red square. So these wells were done with this rainwater harvesting tank, and overflow water is diverted to the wells. So these are the details of the 7 wells, and the depths also we have given. So we separated the wells as shallow wells and deep wells. So 5.2 meter depth to 6.2 meter depth as called as shallow wells, and deep wells are 9.7 to 9.75 like depth wells. So here I am showing only one slide of one out of 7 wells. So here you can see we have shown the rainfall and the groundwater level fluctuation from the ground level, that is meter below ground level. So if you see before this, the area we have done this triangle things, triangle dots where the rainfall is diverted, storage from the rainwater harvesting. And here there's no rainwater harvesting, recharging was done. There's no rainwater here. So you can see the water levels goes down to about 3.4 meters. But when we started this rainwater harvesting recharge, here you can see about 4.4 meters up. So the groundwater levels are up. So even in this place, even the higher position, you can see it's about 1 point, but here it's about 0.5 meter below. So by doing the rainwater harvesting recharging, we can keep the groundwater levels high near the ground level. So it will be useful for even the down here. You can see it's 3 meters instead of 3.5 meters. So the water will be there, because sometimes if the wells are 4 meters, then it will get dry. So likewise, even other wells also, likewise, we measured all the water levels So here you can see in 2017, the rainfall is high. 2018, the rainfall is less, about 100 millimeters less. So even then, the recharge was high due to rainwater harvesting. And this is another slide we are showing. Out of 7 wells, we are showing one slide about water quality. So here you can see the total dissolved salts, solids and electrical conductivity and pH. So the pH range is about 6.5 to 8.5, but here in the tanks, the pH is a bit higher than 8.5 because of the ferrocement activity of the tank. So the pH is bit high, but even then it will not pose severe health hazards. And other things, EC, electrical conductivity, and total soluble salts are much less than the limits. So here the other problem we face in this area is CKDU, the people having chronic kidney diseases. So for that, such people, the EC TDS less amount, because here TDS about 500 milligrams, less than 500 milligram. You will see the TDS highest level is about TDS highest value is about 100 and less than 100. So in that case, if the groundwater have higher amount of TDS and EC also high because of the soluble things in the groundwater wells, but in the rainwater having a less value, so it could rainwater harvested stored in the tanks is good for the health, as well as when we are recharging, we have to be sure about the quality because we are inserting the water into the groundwater system. So if the quality is less, then it will spoil, it will pollute the whole groundwater system. Because of that, we have to make sure the quality is better. So the quality is better than the groundwater level. So because of groundwater quality, so adding rainwater to the groundwater will not cause any serious effects. But at the same time, it can keep the water levels high during dry season. So as conclusion, we can say this is recharging groundwater using rainwater is an appropriate technology in dry zone areas to keep the groundwater levels up even during the end of the dry period before the rains. And rainwater harvesting quality of study locations, all the study locations showed TDS and EC are within the limits, and therefore groundwater recharging using rainwater harvested water is not posing any threats, and it's also keep the water levels high in the period. So we also acknowledge the USAID grant for resilient water, drinking water for floods and prone areas, and conducted by Lanka Rainwater Harvesting Forum, and Dr. Tanuja is co-author of this paper also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Shanti. And I have to introduce you still. I thought I'll do it later on. So such a pleasure to introduce Professor Shanti. Professor C. Shanti De Silva, Senior Professor and Chair of Agricultural and Plantation Engineering, Open University, Sri Lanka. She currently works as a Senior Professor and Chair of Agricultural and Plantation Engineering of the Faculty of Engineering Technology. Professor Shanti has contributed to share knowledge in several international local research publications, conferences, and webinars. What a pleasure to have you here, Dr. Shanti. Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you. We now go to the next presentation, which is virtual. So this is so this is Jal Shakti mission. This is the Har Ghar Jal, right? Yeah, Jal Jeevan mission. Okay, wonderful. So Har Ghar Jal. Sorry, there's some, we just give us. Okay. So, time and again, yesterday also there was a discussion. Today also, Professor Shanti just kind of mentioned that rainwater is the purest form of water, which is super good for health, for skin, and for everything. And to kind of discuss more about that, how rainwater harvesting is an effective solution for safe water needs at the household levels in Sri Lanka. It is a pleasure to invite Ms. Sitara Kumara Singhe from Sri Lanka to talk about this. Quickly to introduce her. So Ms. Kumara Singhe is the Monitoring and Evaluation Officer at the Lanka Rainwater Harvesting Forum. She has a BSc in Town and Country Planning from the University of Moratua. Welcome, Sitara. So happy to see you jumping from that side to this side. Welcome. Over to you. I don't have to tell you, you have 15 minutes. Yes. She knows very well, right?
Good morning.
Try now.
It's right now. No.
We just mentioned, right, that
Yeah, thank you very much. And yes, I'm Sitara Kumar Singh, Lanka Rainwater Harvesting Forum. So this presentation is about is going to conduct on the topic called rainwater harvesting as an effective solution for the safe water needs at household level. So coming to introduction section. Okay, when you Google water scarcity, actually you will get plenty of publications, articles, research finding related to that. We know what is water scarcity, what is climate change. We all know that. According to the Who Lives article, every day 2.1 billion people wake up without access to safe drinking water. Water is essential part to human and environment health. We all know that. So when it's come to when we consider about SDGs, each SDGs have its own indicators. When we achieve that indicators, we can automatically achieve that particular SDG. When consider about SDG 6, according to the UN statistics, even by 2022, we are not being able to complete even half of them. Actually, that is the situation. So we know there is a problem in front of us to solve and target to achieve. So in that case of an uncertain background, rainwater harvesting can be introduced, and it already introduced as one of the efficient strategy for addressing the water scarcity. So this study, the purpose of this study is to investigate the effectiveness of rainwater harvesting for domestic water need. In methodology section, we used questionnaire survey to collect the data for this study, which target 1,014 rainwater users and 91 non-rainwater users. The survey was conducted in 15 districts in Sri Lanka, which include dry and wet zone areas. You can see there is a map indicating what are those areas. The yellow color shaded areas was the area district we used to collect data. Then this questionnaire survey was designed to collect the data I mentioned those things in slide. I'm not going to read it. So I'm moving to the finding section. In finding section, I mentioned what are the basic socio-economic information in surveyed household. You can see those things in the corner of the slide. And this table shows the water use of water prior to rainwater harvesting system, receiving rainwater harvesting system in rainwater users, and what is the current situation of non-rainwater users. Actually, you can see the water sources, travel distance, number of trips, and who are the person responsible to take the water. Those aspects, it is similar to the current situation of non-rainwater users, and rainwater users face that problems, face that situation before receiving rainwater harvesting system. Actually, these information are useful to understand how gradually rainwater users change their lifestyle after receiving rainwater harvesting system. So I would like to mention rainwater users have relied on common wells before receiving rainwater harvesting system, and they have traveled majority of they have traveled 1 kilometer distance to get the drinking water in dry and wet seasons. Actually, majority of them have traveled more than 3 to 5 trips daily to fetch the water, and wife or the mother is the responsible person to get that water. So similar findings you can see in non-rainwater users, the current situation of the non-rainwater users. So moving to the usage of rainwater, actually you can see that overall idea how rainwater users use rainwater for the different purposes. In overall picture, you can see for the drinking purposes, it's rainwater is less used in the rainwater users, but that picture is changed in when we think about the district called Jaffna, Kilinochchi, Batiklo, Anuradhapura, Kilinochchi, Ratnapura, Batiklo, Ampara, those districts, they use more than 60% of the rainwater for the drinking purposes. And also, why people do not like to drink rainwater? We get those information from them. Actually, they mention they have concern about the cleanliness of their roofs and gutter systems. Because of that, they do not like to drink rainwater. And some of them have mentioned they are unsure about the purity, and some of they have mentioned mosquito larvae they found in the rainwater system. Actually, we can conclude those findings in recommendation section. So I move into the purification method. Actually, rainwater harvesting users and non-rainwater harvesting users, you can see boiling is the main purification method they use before getting use of rainwater for drinking purposes. Non-rainwater users also boil their water. So rainwater can use as a water that can get from other water sources as well. It's the finding we can get. Actually, we get information about perception of rainwater quality. We get information respect to taste, smell, color, and clarity. Over 90% of rainwater users mention they have not experienced any kind of taste changes, smell changes, color changes, and clarity changes during their water usage. So, and also we gathered information what kind of socio-economic benefits received after having rainwater harvesting system. Actually, the main thing is they save their time because after receiving rainwater harvesting system, they don't need to go for long distance to collect the water. they save that time. This I'm not going to explain one by one, but you can see how they use that save time to economic activities, boost their economic activities, and for they use their time to hobbies, relaxing purposes, and well-being of their families. Actually, the middle graph shows the financial value, what kind of financial value they gain after saved their time for the economic activities. Those are the socio-economic benefits they have received after getting rainwater harvesting system. So coming to conclusion and recommendation part, actually I need to mention after receiving rainwater harvesting system, rainwater users gets immense and vast range of benefits. Actually, installing rainwater harvesting system is not enough for the long-term use of rainwater harvesting system and long-term use of rainwater. So we need to proper operation and maintenance. We need to conduct proper operation and maintenance, and we need to have a clear understanding about how to maintain the system very well. Otherwise, we are come up with there is a mosquito larva, there is no cleanliness of their rainwater harvesting system. We found out what are the reasons when we asked about the rainwater users, what are the reasons they have identified why they do not like to drink rainwater. They have mentioned they are concerned about the cleanliness of their gutters and roof. Actually, they can clean the gutters and roof before collecting the rainwater. So these kind of maintenance knowledge they need to get. Actually, Lanka Rainwater Harvesting Forum, when installing rainwater harvesting system for the household level, we give those knowledge to the householders. Before installing the rainwater harvesting system, we gave proper understanding about what rainwater harvesting, what are the benefits. So having that knowledge, they construct that what called rainwater harvesting system, and after that we gave proper operational and maintenance session to conduct and to maintain their rainwater harvesting tank very well. So, and as we all know, according to the survey findings, 60% of rainwater users say that they do not, their rainwater harvesting system not checked by relevant authorities. It means water quality checking is water quality testing is not conducting by relevant authorities. So I need to mention establishing proper water quality testing system is also helpful to establish the establish the water quality system is need to prove rainwater harvesting is good for the drinking purposes. So yeah, and we all discussed how many socio-economic benefits gave from the after installing rainwater harvesting system, and this study mainly focused on water use and users' perception of water quality and socio-economic benefits. This indicates rainwater harvesting can use as a safe drinking water solution for the household level. Thank you very much. I want to acknowledge Lanka Rainwater Harvesting Forum to conduct this study with the support of USA. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sitara. You have a long way to go. Happy to, young people coming out and presenting. It's such a positive thing, such an optimistic thing. Anyway, we have a poster presentation now, a sustainability tool of water security in dry zone schools, Kilonichi district, Sunil Santisiri, who's a sociologist on WASIP project. He's joining virtually. Oh, he's here. Oh, he's here. Oh, I'm so sorry. Welcome, Sunilji. Welcome, Sunil.
Good morning. Actually, I am doing this presentation on behalf of my one of colleague, Mr. Divaran. He's an engineer. He's working as a district manager in Kilnoch district. He was prepared this post, but due to some unavoidable reasons, he couldn't attend to this workshop and he requested to me to present this. Actually, the Kilnoch district, this is located in the northern part of the country, very climatologically very, so many issues there. As we know, the long-term droughts and the groundwater available there, but water quality, so many water quality issues, the poor water quality. And the pipe-borne water coverage is very less. Limited area receiving pipe-borne water provided by National Water Supply and Drainage Board. And also, the other thing is the people, dwellers who are living there have to go a long distance to fetching water, and also they have to spend more time, more money to fetching the drinkable water. Those are the issues, and with this background, so many health issues prevailing in this area, especially fluoride, fluorosis, and CKDU issues, and so many health issues prevailing in this area. Then our project, the WASI project, is the initiated rainwater harvesting system for schools, especially because this particular school is this area no surface water sources or groundwater. Then our engineers, Mr. Dabaran, he studied the school has a very large roof catchment, and he has designed this the rainwater system for this school, and there are 4 components. They have the water collecting channel constructed, and then the water collecting chamber, and there's a sump, and the storage tank. The school, about 250 school children studying this school, and the other thing is the main. I think according to the rainfall figure, there are 280 meter cube. The annual they are getting, and the in addition to this school, the school has provided one community tap the established adjacent to the school premises. Then about 25 families living in the surrounding area of the school, they are getting water from this rainwater system. And now they have sufficient water throughout the year. They are depending on this rainwater system, and no interruptions. And the people living surrounding area, they are also benefiting, and also no water quality issues. And the school they continue their activities without the water problems. And also the surrounding community also they conserve their time, money due to this facility. These are the things he has included to this post. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sunil. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thank you. All right. So now, before that, why did the UN take 50 years to organize the water conference, right? We just had the water conference in March, organized by UN, and it was organized after 50 years. And we were all wondering when we were all, at the UN, that why did this happen? So one of the gentlemen, he had a very funny take on this. He says that what is SDG 6? SDG 6 is water, sanitation and hygiene. So he says water as such is very non-glamorous because you have every household has 30-40 taps. So people who organize these conferences don't care about water because it's very non-glamorous, and then you're adding shit to it. So there's enormous discussion on why did UN take 50 years to organize this water conference. Clearly, I mean, just a little funny thing. Anyway, so we have now next presentation on rainwater harvesting, climate change adaptation strategy and achieving SDG 6 goal in Nepal. And that's what reminded me of this funny conversation I had with this gentleman. Very happy to invite engineer Resham Jung Singh, who's a civil engineer. He's a PhD scholar in IVKL Malaysia in climate change and WASH. He has about 17 years of experience in development sector of Nepal. He's currently the executive director of Nepal Water for Health. Welcome, Resham. Look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Chair of this session, providing me this opportunity, and thank you for all organizers. I just want to present about our organization, Nepal Water for a Health, experience on WASH and its functionality assessment related with climate change and adaptation. We already talked about much more thing about what are the climate change impacts and what are the causes behind climate change impact. So I just highlight one last point that is specified there. As in my country, spring source is the one of the major source of water supply system. So that is the alarming situation. Springs are the major source of water in the mid-hill region of Nepal. There has been a steady depletion in source spring water source around 30% over 30 years. So this is the alarming situation of my country. And drought, flooding, landslide are the major climate-induced disaster happening in my country. Yeah. What we did in the past, over the 30 years in the Nepal, Nepal Water for Health, my organization was established in 1992. Over the 30 years, we did a lot of work in the rainwater harvesting along with regular water sanitation and hygiene activities. Just I want to show the two pictures. One above picture is about conventional rainwater harvesting system which people did in the past, and when the system was improved by some modern tools, constructing modern rainwater harvesting system in Nepal with what my organization did in the past. Yeah, just comparing those practices. And we did two study in Gorkha, Tanau, and some other districts. Two, one is related to identify the status of functionality of water supply, sanitation, and hygiene projects, and another study is about the to assessment of those rainwater harvesting projects to assess the satisfaction level. I just quickly go to another slide and back. to this slide. NEWA introduced the rainwater harvesting system technology in Nepal in 1998 in Tanoa district. Most probably it was the first rainwater harvesting system implemented in Nepal. After that, that technology, that system replicated to other districts, other areas, like 38 projects in 1,334 households, and all those beneficiaries were benefited at that time over the period of, I think, over the period of 20 years. Yeah, three types of tanks were built at that time: 2,000 liter tank, 4,000 liter tank, and 6,500 liter tank, and implemented through the root tap rainwater harvesting projects. This kind of tank were constructed at that time in Nepal with the support of different international funding partners, and with the technical support of Nepal Water for Health at that time. I just want to go to this slide and focus on this study. One study is related to identify the functionality of the water supply and sanitation and hygiene projects. We did through the Hello monitoring. We just our technicians just make call annual basis to all the projects, sample projects, 3,364 projects in 2022, with the structured questions. And similarly, there is a toll-free number in our headquarters in Kathmandu. Anybody can call if they have any technical problems with their water supply projects. So we received less number of calls in 1 year, but 35 calls were received, and from March 22 to April 2023. And another one technology we are piloting in Nepal to assess the functionality of the water supply system, that is sensor technology. And our funding partner Charity Water supported us to make piloting of sensor technology, and from the sensor technology we can monitor the functionality of the water supply for the 24 hours water supply functionality. And another one survey is done to assess the satisfaction level of all those rainwater harvesting system implemented in the past. It was done in 2019 with 150 random sampled households and 10 number of focus group discussions, and field observation and field verification was done. I just want to show this, what are the findings of this study. First one is the result of Hello monitoring. Out of 364 projects done, Hello Monitor done in 364 projects, 81 projects found functional, and 19% projects found partially or non-functional. Out of those projects, what are the causes behind the partial and the non-functionals? We did survey, and that is the finding. And most of the regions is related to landslide and the source dried up. So we can relate to the climate change and all those things. Similarly, from the toll-free number, we received the similar kind of issues and challenges. So we can also relate to this finding also. There is 23% regions are cause of landslide and flooding, water shortage, all those things. So this study shows that there is a clear picture of climate change impact in the source depletion and all those things. And interesting figure, the result I want to show is about the assessment of satisfaction level of the rainwater harvesting project. The rainwater harvested is only sufficient for 8 months, not for whole 12 months. And the rainwater harvesting system satisfied almost 10% of water demand for July to January, but is only able to fulfill the 40% of water demand of the family during February, and only 25% of the demand fulfilled for the month of March. And similarly, 70% household came up with the idea to increase the capacity of tank, because they have not sufficient water, so they want to increase the tank size, and remaining 30% were interested on the constructing additional storage tank. And 80% of the samples were free of turbidity, and remaining 20% were slightly turbid, resulting from the lack of sanitation and regular cleaning, what we already discussed about all those about that. And all samples were equally free. It's a good finding, but possibility of water contamination and fishes of birds and animals still persist. And 74% of households were satisfied with the rainwater harvesting system, and remaining 26% were not satisfied, or there may be other problems or damage or other reasons, and 74% of households are satisfied. So rainwater harvesting is the feasible strategy to cope the climate change impacts in terms of climate resilience and adaptation, and recharge ponds and other water retention structures constructed around water source helps in the water source recharge and revive. From this study, we can have a conclusion and recommendation. There is, in conclusion, data showed major reasons behind water supply schemes non-functionality due to the extreme climate events. Water source depletion, source dried off, or water supply schemes impacted by landslide and flooding. And another one is rainwater harvest can be used as alternative measures we discussed already. And the detailed feasibility study, survey, and design and implementation are necessary to address the community's need and priorities. We need to incorporate the DRRM activities during the survey and design so that we can minimize its impact in the future. And climate change is a global issue, but it affects at a local level. So adaptation strategies must be effective and applicable to grassroots level. And recommendation, rainwater is an alternative solution, can be used extensively for various domestic as well as other water use purposes. The construction of artificial recharge ponds benefits two ways: groundwater recharges and minimize heat stress through evaporation. We talked about drought that can be minimized through the recharge, and modification of the rainwater harvesting system is essential, and for this rigorous community consultation are needed. And final, the initiatives like conservation of lakes, ponds, groundwater recharge, afforestation and reforestation, and promoting rainwater harvesting should be encouraged as effective adaptation strategy. So thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to, I would like to give thanks to Dr. Tanuja and Anusi and all Han also. So thank you so much for providing me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Resham. Wonderful work you people are doing in Nepal.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so now Har Ghar Jal, which is a flagship program of Indian government. Har Ghar Jal means tap in every household. It's a super ambitious program of government of India where they are saying that by 2024, there'll be tap in every rural household, and the work is happening at a breakneck speed. Although, of course, there are challenges, but phenomenal pace at which the work is happening. We are hoping even if we have about 70-75% success rate, it still will be phenomenal. Great. I mean, even in the rural areas where we are working, I can see work happening at a phenomenal pace. So that's so we have some interesting presentation, which is a virtual presentation on rainwater harvesting for man centricity of Jal Jeevan Mission project, borewells case study in selected states of India. And this is a recorded presentation, and we have Professor Professor P. Sivarama, who's a development researcher and a trainer with long years of experience in National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Hyderabad, India. He has contributed towards enhancing the capacity of multi-stakeholders on various themes of rural development, including drinking water and sanitation, by organizing over 175 national and international training programs, including workshops, seminars, exposure visits. Dr. Sivarama has also contributed as a researcher for several research projects on different aspects on rural development. Currently, Dr. Sivarama is working as a freelance consultant on drinking water and sanitation in India. And there was some technical issue with this presentation. So we have retrieved the presentation. We are trying to play it, but in case there are challenges, we can jump straight into discussion. Over to you, Dhanushi.
Namaskar, Ayubowan, and good morning to all of you. This is Dr. Sivaram, former professor of National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Hyderabad, India. My co-author is Dr. Vishnu Parthiv Tej, student of Master of Science in Data Science, Boston University, Boston, United States of America. The title of the paper is Rainwater Harvesting for Sustainability of Jal Jeevan Mission Projects, a study in selected states of India. Introduction. The Honorable Prime Minister of India announced Jal Jeevan Mission on 15th August 2019. The primary objective of the JJM is to provide piped water supply to each and every rural household for regular water supply. A provision of Indian rupees 3.60 lakh crore earmarked for JJM in partnership with the state governments, which are to be completed by 2024. JJM is the biggest rural piped water supply program in the world. Rural India comprises more than 190 million rural households. Data indicated before 15th August 2019, rural household tap connections were only 16.71% in the country. Presently, the program implementation is in galloping stage, and as on date, more than 62% rural households tap connections have been provided. Methodology we followed in our study. Participatory rural appraisal tools and techniques have been used extensively for collecting qualitative data. Especially, we conducted group discussions, focus group discussions, and seasonality, etc. Sample size 7 districts from 6 states, which are as follows. Sivsagar district of Assam, which is situated in northeastern region of India. Damo and Chhatarpur districts of Madhya Pradesh, which is situated in central part of India. Uttara Kannada district, Karnataka state, which is situated in southern part of India. Tuticorin district of Tamil Nadu, which is situated in southern part of India, and Bhadrak district of Odisha state, which is situated in eastern part of India. Each district 16 villages. In total, 76 sample villages have been studied rapidly. Nearly 300 villagers participated in each village. Altogether, more than 23,000 villagers have been participated in our study. Key findings. Nearby groundwater sources of Jal Jeevan Mission projects, rainwater harvesting structures have been constructed for sustainability of groundwater sources. Majority of the sample villages, the old tanks, which are rainwater harvesting structures, are rejuvenated under Jal Jeevan Mission for groundwater sustainability. New tanks are also constructed under Jal Jeevan Mission and also Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Program for water security in the villages. The secondary data indicated the groundwater table has increased in nearby areas, which is a positive sign for sustainability of Jal Jeevan Mission projects. A few households constructed rooftop rainwater harvesting structures. These villagers said that they are having now double security of water to their families. It is observed that the villagers are understanding importance of rainwater harvesting, consequently adopting rooftop rainwater harvesting in their households. It is seen here the availability and accessibility of safe drinking water at doorsteps of households with the security and equity. Concluding recommendation. Rooftop rainwater harvesting is gaining momentum in the sample villages. However, there is a need for reorientation. Capacity building programs ought to be organized to all the stakeholders for speeding up implementation of rainwater harvesting under Jal Jeevan Mission. Acknowledgements. Our great thanks to Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. Sincere thanks to the experts for accepting our paper for presentation in this international conference. Our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Tanuja Aryananda, Mr. Han, Dr. Ahir, Ms. Dhanusi, and so on. Last but not least, to the respondents who actively participated in our group discussions, focus group discussions, and so on. Namaste. Thanks to one and all.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So just, I was just showing him out of interest, in case you want to see what is happening in Jal Jeevan Mission, we have a very, very dynamic dashboard. So if you just do ejalshakti.gov.in or just Google JJM dashboard, it's a super dynamic dashboard where daily they are updating on the progress of Jal Jeevan Mission. And then you can actually drill down to the district. You can then drill down to the villages, and actually you can know sitting here that in which village what work is happening and how much work is remaining, how much work is happening. Yeah. Yeah, Han?
Because normally Indian politicians would of course offer water at the election time. Now when this project is successful, there's no water to be offered because it has already been offered.
Yeah, but I agree with you. No, but the catch is that this is only for drinking water. So we still have a long war on, we have hygiene, we have sanitation, we have agriculture, livelihoods. So this is only taking care of 10% of the problem. We still have 90% of the problems to face. So yeah. So I'll request my repertoire to kindly sum up the session so that we can quickly jump into discussions.
Yeah, actually we had 6 presentations for steel, and the first presentation was from Dr. Jose Rafe. He presented about a very interesting initiative he and his team has taken up in one of the district in Kerala. It is called Mara Polima. Mara means rain and Polima means maybe the beauty, bountiful rain, of course. That is the exact translation. So that in that presentation, he has shown us how the rainwater can be filtered and it can be used for recharge of open wells. So that if we can do it in a massive scale, the groundwater level can be hiked. And they have actually demonstrated it, and it has been taken as a model for the entire state, not only for the state, for the entire country as well. So thank you, Dr. Jose. Then second presentation was from Professor Shanti De Silva. She's a professor of Sri Lanka Open University, and she presented on groundwater recharge using rainwater in Badula district of Sri Lanka. And she collected a lot of scientific evidences and systematically presented, and the inference was the groundwater level has been hiked because of the groundwater recharging which is happening in that particular district. Thank you, ma'am, Professor Shanti. And the third presentation by our Sitara Kumarasinghe. She presented on rainwater harvesting as an effective solution for safe water needs at household level in Sri Lanka. And she again collected scientific evidences through survey and investigations, and very systematically presented with this many percentage as this many of this opinion, and this much percentage of the population has been satisfied with the rainwater harvesting systems. Thank you, Sitara. And the fourth presentation done by engineer Sunil Shandashiri. He has done it online. And he was here. Okay, actually, he has done on behalf of Daya Paran. Oh, sorry for that. Yeah. And engineer Sunil has shown how effectively rainwater harvesting can be used as a sustainability tool for water security in dry zone schools in Kilinochchi district of Sri Lanka. Thank you, Engineer Sunil. And the fifth presentation done by Roshan Jung Singh from Nepal, and he is Executive Director of Nepal Water for Health, and he presented on the rainwater harvesting climate change adaptation strategy for achieving sustainable development goals in Nepal, and he actually shown us what are the impacts of climate change on water resources, especially in his country, and how what is the adaptation level and the feedback from the farmers after after started using the rainwater harvesting system. And the last presentation by Dr. P. Shivaram and Dr. Vishnu Pradeep Tej by online in a virtual mode, and they emphasized on one of the flagship program of Government of Kerala, Government of India, Jal Jeevan Mission, and they have used tools like PRA, participatory rural appraisal, and FGDs, farmer group discussions, and they found out how rainwater harvesting can be integrated in Jal Jeevan Mission for making it more sustainable and reliable. That's all about the 6th presentation. All the presentations were very good and gave a lot of food for thought for all of us. Thank you.
All right, so we have exactly 21 minutes now for discussion. Yes, please.
My question to Professor Shanti. Let me say about Shanti meaning in Bangladesh, Bangla is the peace.
Yeah, everywhere, even in India.
Okay, peaceful minds and peaceful situation we expect it will be everywhere, but when the water goes down, we are disappointed, we are frustrated. That's why it moves to up. That's why we salute you, because you contribute a lot of effort to make a evidence. Evidence is very essential and very needed when we want to promote our country, when we are advocate our government. That's why it is a very clear message. But I like to question to you, how you collect the data, how you measuring the aquifer levels, ground level. Please tell me.
You can use this mic.
Yeah, it's the project done by Dr. Tanuja and their team by Rainwater Harvesting Forum. So water levels in the wells are monitored by deep meter from the ground level. So from the ground level to the water level, and even in the groundwater tank, rainwater harvesting tank, it was measured similarly. So they measured the water levels continuously weekly for the whole period of 2 years, and quality was measured by pH meter and EC and total total dissolved salts by weekly measurements. Yeah, Tanuja can edit it if you want to have. Yeah.
Yeah, these were taken once a fortnight. Measures were taken of the wells that we have selected, and Professor analyzed data.
Take the mic, please. Take the mic.
See, on the criticality on the pH levels, because you say ideal is between 6.5 to 8.5, but then pH levels are 10. That's contradictory. And then for the CKU, the calcium is the major issue, but that never speaks about calcium. And then when you talk about the groundwater levels, you can compare the groundwater levels year on year and month on month. You talked about 2 seasons, Maha and Yella. So what is the dry season? Because if you have to capture the whole thing, and it has to be seen in the dry season also, how it fluctuates, and whether the dry season can bring up the calcium up in the soils, in the dry lands, because you talked about the dry lands, the study area. So I think a lot of clarity need to be done. Maybe you can take up an additional study if I list down few things, which I can share it with Tanuja offline, so that you can even enhance that particular study, what you've done it on the ground, so that it makes more contributable for the society. Thank you.
The calcium is not measured by them, because, and again, CKDU in Sri Lanka, It's not, it's unknown etiology. So no one has found what is the cause for it. So water quality is suspected. So that was the pH, EC and things. And when the CKDU patients, it's better to have water very less TDS. So that's what in the ground rainwater we showed it's less than 100, but in the groundwater it's more than 1,500 in certain locations. So calcium was not measured by their team. So I don't know whether it's necessary to, because in Sri Lanka no one has found what is the etiology for this CKDU. Then the other thing, what's another question you asked for? pH is 6.5 to 8.5, but it's a bit higher than that due to ferrocement tanks they are using, because it's usually when ferrocement tanks have that dissolved in early new tanks may have that effect. And pH is actually, it's when you see that pH is not very high, it's about above 8.5 in between 10. If it is above 10 only, it's not good for the health situations, but still it's in the safe limit.
So actually, in the agriculture connotation, the pH should be 7. And
7.
That's a neutral pH. If you go to 8, 8.5, it's alkaline, salinity and alkalinity. If you come down less than 7, it's acidity. That's what I said. You can't drink that, which is saline and then going up to alkaline. And if you don't have the comparison, and that's where the point which I'm making. But
that's fine.
You are studying.
But now I think they are introducing other plastic tanks. So ferrocement
then
tanks.
It defeats the purpose, because the ferrocement tanks being constructed on the one hand, and we talk about that may be the cost. That's where I said that you can get into further study. I don't know. I'm not expecting you to answer, but this is points I just wanted to raise so that it can be taken up for an extended study or something.
I think the initial stages, early tanks only having this problem.
It's because it's cement, as Professor said, the alkalinity is high because cement gets dissolved into the water. We don't promote them to use it for drinking at the initial stage till it's been washed several times.
Now, that's the point which I made. So you do the study month on month and year on year. Don't stop with 2 years, because that's not going to give you the results as well as the improvement in the groundwater table. And you can also add the other components which I talked about if possible. Otherwise, let's leave it at that point itself. So thank you. I have a couple of points to quickly raise.
Yeah, sure.
Because last session, I think he also didn't get an opportunity. So he'll speak next to me. So
I was just going to say that. Can you pass on the mic to him?
Few questions and very short questions. And for Sony, I think you did the IWRM, whether it's a spring shed based or a watershed based approach, you took it. Watershed based. What is the area you have taken as a watershed for the delineation?
Actually,
what are the hectares you have taken for watershed?
It should be, I'm not sure about this.
Okay. So if you have taken watershed, because typically in the hilly region, it's a spring sheds. So because it operates on springs.
Yes.
And maybe your Nepal counterpart who gave the last presentation, maybe last to the before presentation, he gave the final recommendation. If you look at it, it's a combination of activities if you have to really look into it. But what we can see is few of the activities being implemented. When you talk about IWRM, it's a comprehensive one. So that's the reason I just wanted to check whether it's a spring shed or a watershed. You need not to answer, but then please see that you can get things done. Otherwise, also we can share inputs. No issue. And then coming back to our Dr. Joss, I think you've done massively the groundwater recharge. But what is the baseline levels and what is that inline levels? You never indicated the levels.
Yeah. In fact, what we did that we conducted baseline survey in the beginning. Then thereafter we found that better not we do the impact assessment. So the third party assessment. So the government body, the government of Kerala body to conduct the water research is Center for Water Resources Development Management. So we gave the contract in terms of when. So they conducted the study in the year 2011 till 2013. The report came in 2013, and they found that it works. The groundwater table increasing, the water quality improving, the chloride, especially the saline increase, and the iron content is getting reduced because the technique to reduce the iron part is the aeration. So when it falls forcefully to the well, then gets diluted and the iron condensate getting that use. That's what we observe. Okay, this and in those days, Dr. Manoj was not the executive director. Somebody else was. Then he recently joined. So that's a scientific assessment we have done.
Thank you. And yeah, and finally, for Shanti De Silva. So I think you've given the readings, and I'm astonished to see that almost 0.5 meter increase in the well, I think, which you have indicated within a year or so.
Yeah.
What is the rainfall you mentioned, madam, in that region?
In 2018, it's about 1,800 millimeters.
No, because it takes even a 1,000 millimeter rainfall area.
Yeah.
For us to work at least 3 to 5 years in more than 2,000 hectares to do the level of 0.3 to 0.5 meter increase in the water table. So we are a little surprised to see that, it's got improved to 0.5 meters within a short period of time.
Not short period, it's 1 year. 1 year.
No, that's what I said,
Yeah.
It's 1 year is one season.
Yeah,
You
annual.
have only one season.
But
Within
not
one
one
season, if you are able to improve the groundwater table by 0.5 meters.
You are mistaken. It's not one season, it's 1 year. Yeah, it's an unconfined aquifer.
What I am requesting is 1 year when they have dry season, one monsoon. Within 1 year, you can study only 1 month.
No, it's a 1 year data. We showed the map. It's a curve. It's for 1 year increase. So 1 year increase is 0.4 meters increased.
That's what I was requesting, because it takes for 1,000 millimeter rainfall area in 2,000 hectare. I'm saying the vast area to improve the groundwater table in 1 year to that level. It is not possible. It takes almost 3 to 4 years to do that. But this is what
Aquifer is different because here is unconfined aquifer. So the water table can raise it in 1 year. Annual recharge is 10% of the rainfall. So when the 10% of the rainfall, this water level, when you calculate during using water level fluctuation method and the specific yield, then you can see the recharge. So there's a 0.5 meter rise during 1 year.
Okay. All right. So you have the beyond the abstract information available on the research study.
It's a full paper published. I will share.
Please do share.
Please send
we'll just go through.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
And sorry, Francis, you didn't get a chance to speak before tea break, so apologies.
Francis Kule from Uganda. Mine is to Ms. Soni. I'm fascinated by the Integrated Water Resources Management Project, where the water tanks are also looking at climate change adaptation solutions of raising tree seedlings. Mine is who manages the nursery beds, and do you give who manages the nursery beds?
Nursery.
And do you sell the seedlings to the beneficiaries? If yes, where does the money go? Or does it go to the project? Does it come back to the project, or the seedlings are given for free?
Okay.
I just want to understand that.
Thank you, Francis, for the question. Actually, this is the first time that Conjo Nepal established a nursery for the community people. So we were not experienced in nursery management at all, but we did try to manage a small nursery, which we named SKN Nursery. So from that nursery, the plants we produced, we just distributed to the community without any charges. So we grow the plant in our nursery and then transported it to the community. So it just worked like that.
Oh, I just feel like it would be sustainable if the beneficiaries had to pay something.
Yes, since it's like our first time we managed this nursery, maybe in future projects we could make that nursery and give it to the community to manage it. Yeah, in future projects, we would be doing that.
Thank you. It's important.
So I just have one experience to share here to your point, Francis. You know, what we do in our projects is a distributed nursery concept where you don't keep all the plants together, and we select farmers who have, adequate water supply, where we have already implemented water projects. And then suppose your nursery has, just discussion sake, 1,000 plants. We'll select about 10 farmers. Each farmer will be given responsibility for 100 plants. 100 and then what we do is we spend money on seeds, and the initial cost, the capital cost for actually, the bags for nursery, the vermicompost and everything, each farmer is then given these plants to nurture. They are supposed to take care of these farms for crops for 1 year, 2 years, whatever, depending on what type of crops are we looking at. Native crops typically grow faster, so they are for 1 year. The fruiting crops take a long time to grow, and they are typically 2 to 3 years. These farmers nurture the crops. They spend their energy, labor, water, etc. on nurturing this. And after 2 years, they give it back to us. And then when we sell it, some portion goes to the farmer. So what happens is that labor comes from the farmers, water comes from the farmer, and the initial capital cost is borne by us, and the profit is then shared between our organization, and the farmer. So that's the distributed nursery concept which we have implemented. We did a pilot about 2 years ago in COVID time, phenomenally successful pilot. We just sold the 2-year saplings and we got very good price. Okay. So the initial cost that we spent was 10 rupees for a fruiting tree, and we just sold it for 150 rupees. So just look at the, and the farmer got about 50%. We kept 50%. So that's a great income, and it's like a distributed nursery concept. Very, very successful. So just to kind of share our experiences, about
it's
the
very
nursery.
good.
Yeah,
I think she should take it.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank
so
you
anyway,
so much.
we have the next question from Pradnya. Yeah, Pradnya, and yeah, we have one more question. Yeah.
This is for Sarika.
Sitara, you have question from Sitara. Oh my God. Thank you so much. You like my name so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. No worries. It's okay. I like it. I like it. It's okay.
I'll come to you later. Yeah, this is for you. Anyway, I'm really glad, because I thought all this time that you're a forum announcer, but you proved me wrong, basically, right? I mean, you gave a lovely presentation and we liked it. Anyway, this is actually coming out of your presentation. I'm not questioning her. This is actually a comment for the read. She brought out this issue and he said, right, why people are not drinking so much from the rainwater tanks, or the percentages are low, is people are not sure about the quality. So there's no one who is checking the quality, right? And this is, and the reason, obviously, is there's nobody to do it. I don't know whether, are you from the water board? Right. Is anyone checking quality on rainwater harvesting tanks in water board? Because I don't see anybody else doing it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you have labs there, right? Yeah. They can do it if the request is made. Right? Yeah, because Sarika, I mean, this is the same thing that when you question, when there was a virtual presentation by Upul, right, on groundwater recharging, you asked the same question: who is regulating them, right? So this is an issue here. Right? There's no one is really regulating, and that is having an impact on the people who are using rainwater. They are reluctant to drink because they're not sure about the quality, right? So this is an issue here. I mean, I'm not pointing the question to you because you can't answer it, obviously. But what I can point to you, which you can answer, is from that survey, right? How many people have abandoned the tanks and why? Did we get that information? I know it was a large survey, over 1,000 recipients of
1,014
Pardon?
rainwater users.
How much?
1,014 rainwater users via survey.
Did you find anybody who has abandoned the tanks?
Yeah, I think I remember there are data regarding that, but reasons behind that is they use tank to store the water from outside water sources, I can find that one. Yeah.
No, because this is an issue.
That,
right?
And
Yeah.
I think about 30% tanks have been abandoned, and main reason is because the tank is no longer. I mean, the system is not functioning. The gutters are broken, etc., or the lid is not there. So mostly it's operational maintenance issue. I
Or the
think
pipe water supply has come.
not so much. Not so much. Not yet. These are over 15 districts, so not so much because of pipe water.
And what has happened to the now once they get these rainwater tanks, have they given up their old sources which they used to get water, or are they using both sources or more than one source?
Actually, for the drinking, cooking purposes, they are using rainwater harvesting system. So they mentioned they were used rainwater harvesting for the other purposes as well. But I think we didn't collect data from that question actually.
No, it was not there.
Yeah, and also the tank constructed from different organizations. So that is why I mentioned operation and maintenance part is most essential to convey the message to the people need to operate their system well.
Sorry about Sarika, the initial mix up of yes coming in.
No, that's okay.
Hello,
That's fine. That's fine. Pradnya?
One small
Yeah.
question. Okay, it's not a question, it's actually a comment. Number one, boiling is not a good option for drinking water because although boiling removes pathogens, but it also removes the nutrients which we want for drinking water. So this should not be encouraged. Yes, boiling. Secondly, plastic tanks, there is an emerging issue which is called microplastics. So it's also found in seawater and river waters. So these plastics are smaller than 1 micrometer in dia. So plastic tanks, these HDP, high density polythene, or even other plastic tanks, they also dissolve in water because these are generally placed on the roof or outside, and then you can see the water gets very hot even if we store the rainwater. So although plastic tanks are cheaper and they can make ex situ and you can trap them, but that's a disadvantage of plastic tanks. And number three, I think there are some kits available, like we know pH papers and these things, which can also be given on some nominal price or free to the end user so that they can check the quality of water after the storage.
Yeah, last question.
Jos.
Oh, you have a question? Oh, comment. Okay, we'll take the question and the.
Yeah. Actually, you explained the system and basically the technology part.
Pardon me?
About the system, the technology part.
Yeah.
So you said that you are not going for percolation pit and it is into direct borewell recharge.
Okay, I'll explain.
Yeah, because I need some clarity
In
before
fact,
I ask my
I
further.
wanted to show the whole thing. It takes time.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But
So there are 5 techniques to recharge the well. One among the technique is we propose that homestead watershed approach. That's a site-specific solution. In Kerala, we have the homesteads. So whatever the rainwater we get within the homestead, our ancestors used to harvest within the homestead so that they will not let the rain water go out. So it naturally recharges our wells. Okay, that's one. What happens then that when the pipe water system introduced, the new generation lost their traditional knowledge. So we suggest that the first technique is to harvest roof rain and whatever the rainwater we get within the homestead, premises of whatever it is, we harvest. We will not allow. For example, if you have got a coconut tree, we make the basin operation during rainy season. So that itself is a harvest, rainwater harvesting structure. Okay, the coconut under the coconut tree. Okay, the second technique is just that we can have the percolation pits around the well so that it is the well is a natural living being used. When the grassroots development classes, it has like a chicken or a hen or a cow. We give fodder to them. Similarly, the food for the well is the rainwater. So we have the percolation pits or trenches, whatever it is. If you come to my home, you can't see anything. There's a depression, so the rainwater is just spread around the well. Okay, so the shallow aquifer recharging will take. So that's the second technique. The third one, the formal one I just show, that goes to the well after the filtration. It is inevitable in the coastal belt, because in the other parts we can manage. In the midlands or the little bit upper lands, we can go for the the percolation kind of thing. And the fourth one, without filter, we had the tough financial situation. That means the only very meager amount of subsidy come on. So what we did that, without filter, there is a first flush wall. So for the first rain, that we keep it open, so the all dirt in the roof will go out, and thereafter we close down. Then if the beneficiary is confident enough to direct the roof rainwater to the well, they will do. Otherwise, what will happen that even if they open the first flush wall, it will be spread around the well. So that's easier. Okay, then let me come back. And the fifth one is if you give the small check downs, focusing the well, then it will improve. That's a traditional way of doing that.
For surface water.
Yeah, it
for
will
surface water.
Pardon?
For surface water.
For surface, basically
Not
the,
for
the surface. No, the surface. When the shallow aquifer is the groundwater. The water below the ground is groundwater.
The point is that it was just come up from your presentation. You said that when you do direct borewell recharge, didn't provide the. Let me complete my question. Didn't provide the percolation pit for that. So if it is a well or borewell recharge without percolation pit, see, my concern about the question is that it is a combination, because if I'm not wrong, the rainfall in Kerala is around 2000 mm. So
no, 3000.
3000. Yeah, means
yeah.
minimum
Plenty
2.
of rainfall. In between 2000 3000.
Yeah. So there, if there is a borewell or well, they have their own column. So there is a limitation for recharging it within certain time. The water column goes down. Yeah. So if the overflow, what about the overflow? If for that recharge well, because we have similar experience in Thane. Thane we have near to Mumbai, we have a 2000 or more rainfall, and the borewell column doesn't get absorb at a time. It required time. So the overflow pit, percolation pit near to the borewell helps to reserve. Why to waste water is the question. So that is
so I'll request this offline discussion maybe over lunch, because we are running out of time. Okay, we are running out of time. No, last word for the friend from Malawi. Yeah, yeah, the last word for the friend from Malawi. You guys, 3 of you can sit together for lunch and continue the discussion.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on the implementing water harvesting in government agencies by Dr. Josh. The example he gave and the efforts that he has been putting since 2000 or 2004. The efforts that you are indicating there, you had a mobile campaign. When was that?
Personally, by my effort for the propaganda, for the efforts for information awareness started exactly in 2002 to the local governments. We try to find the slot for giving the class with other sessions. Okay, I will take time.
Okay, yeah. Why I wanted to comment on that is because I also work for government, and I know what it takes to bring a new agenda like this into a government system. So it's more than just the policies that the government has, but it also takes the drive of the people and the commitment for people like him. And that is rarely recognized, because the government agenda shifts and people normally move on to other things. So they will do water harvesting for a year or two, then something comes up, then they leave that and they move on to other things. But to find people like Dr. Josh who can be pushing for water harvesting since 2000, and this is 2023, and they're still pushing the agenda, it's very rare. Because most people, they just look at their job description and what their job description is doing. And if it's something falling outside their job description, they will leave it. Yeah. So you also need people with a drive and the passion and the enthusiasm to push the rainwater harvesting agenda forward.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And that one, yes, that one brings me to the other comment regarding the youth. You had also mentioned that, and we commend the young lady who presented here. But yes, we need to bring the youth. We can see what Dr. Josh has done 24 years. We can see what the Ranka Rainwater Forum has done 26 years. What about the next 20 years? Is it going to be Dr. Josh still talking about this? So we need to start mentoring the youth and bringing them on board, because they are the ones who will be here in 20 years for the 20th SARNET conference. And where are those youth if we don't start mentoring them now? So what can bring the youth on board? So then the youth, they are using social media platforms. The youth are into ICT, something that can be more relevant to them, new methods of collecting data, use of drones and that kind of thing. It's more attractive to the youth, and it can also be applied to rainwater harvesting. And
Absolutely.
That would be one way of bringing the youth.
I think that's a very pertinent point you have raised, and exactly the reason why we have kept this panel discussion in the afternoon today between 2:15 and 3. We have a panel discussion which is exactly to discuss this way forward and how do we involve youth, and what should be the next steps, and not only at individual level in our organizations in our own countries, but importantly as a group. What should be the next direction, and that's exactly why this panel discussion has been kept in the afternoon. So let's come back to that discussion in the afternoon today. And before we split for lunch, I have certain apologies to make. So we have this session called Identification of Suitable Sites for Traditional Pokri Water Harvesting in Mountain Rural Communities of Himalayas by Miss Eleonora Forzini. And, we took the liberty of keeping this session post-lunch. She's there present virtually, but we took the liberty because we thought, let's start the post-lunch session with a bang, because all of us are very sleepy after a heavy lunch. So we needed some very, very powerful presentation to happen post-lunch. So we kind of requested her if we can push her to post-lunch, but I have the pleasure of introducing her at the moment. Eleonora Forzini is a PhD candidate at Water Harvesting Lab, University of Florence, Italy. She has received a research grant and an award respectively for land and water management for sustainable agro systems in Mediterranean areas, and respectively for watershed characterization and identification of best silting for water harvesting structure in Restore Ecosystems, funded by the NGO International Rainwater Harvesting Alliance in Pokhara region, Nepal. So Ms. Forzini, apologies, and we look forward to your presentation post-lunch. So so that's all we have now. So, okay, one poll, small question. So how many of you believe, raise your hands if you believe that this small group of committed, passionate people can make this world a better place? Whoever has raised their hands can go for lunch. Whoever has not raised their hands, come and talk to me. Bye guys, see you soon. Tanuja, can we check if Eleonora is there online? She's there? Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. That's better. So, this is known as post-lunch phenomenon, which all of us are suffering from. And the only way to get over this post-lunch phenomenon is stand up once and sit down again. Yes. Yes. Now sit down. So now we are a little better off to manage or handle the post-lunch phenomenon. It is such a pleasure to now invite Miss Eleonora Forzini from Nepal, who is joining us virtually. She's going to talk to us about identification of suitable sites for traditional pokri water harvesting in mountain rural communities of Himalayas. I'm always fascinated with all these traditional rainwater harvesting systems, whether it is, so many are there across the world. It will be a wonderful idea to just collect them, write them as a book, and actually start using them once again, because that's how, we are the people hundreds of years ago, that's what they did, and they were successful at it. To introduce Eleonora once again, Eleonora Forzini is a PhD candidate at the Water Harvesting Lab, University of Florence, Italy. She has received a research grant and award respectively for land and water management for sustainable agro systems in Mediterranean area, and respectively for watershed characterization and identification of best sitting for water harvesting structures to restore ecosystems. It's funded by NGO International Rainwater Harvesting Alliance, IRHA, in Pokhara region, Nepal. Over to you, Eleonora. We look forward to listening from you, hearing from you. Are you there, Eleonora? Can you hear?
Yeah.
Okay,
Hello?
great. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Eleonora. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect.
Good
Thank you very
morning,
much.
everyone. I'm Eleonora Forzini, a PhD student at the University of Florence, Italy. Today, I'm going to present the work Identification of Suitable Sites for Traditional Pokari Water Harvesting in Mountain Rural Communities of the Himalaya. This work was carried out by the Water Harvesting Lab of the University of Florence in the framework of a project carried out by the Swiss non-governmental organization International Rainwater Harvesting Alliance and their Nepalese partner, the non-governmental organization Kanchan Nepal. This project was titled Rain Communities and aimed to trigger the implementation of water harvesting techniques and ecological restoration in Kaski district in Nepal to increase the resilience to climate change. The University of Florence had the specific task to carry out a consultancy for the project on water harvesting structures best siting. We have to say that best siting analysis for water harvesting implementation in Nepal are not so common, and even more lacking are those for traditional rainwater storage ponds, which are called pokaris. We can see a picture of a pokari in the image in the slide. These structures are mainly used for cattle rearing and supplementary irrigation, and as they are widespread across Nepal, they are very important for water management in this zone. These ponds have particular features. For instance, they have their walls made by stones and red soil. Their bottom is lined with red soil compacted by animal passage to be made impermeable, and each pond presents 2 stairs to allow the animals to enter in the pond itself. This work presents a methodology for new pokari site selection based on geographic information systems, also called GIS, and multi-criteria decision-making, which allow to analyze wide areas in a time and cost-effective way, plus participatory research. A peculiarity of our approach is indeed the combination of standard selection criteria from literature and traditional criteria reported by expert local people in our study area. As previously mentioned, the focus of this study is Nepal. The Nepalese Department of Water Supply and Sewerage reported that in 2018 there were a total of 6,051 households in Nepal using rainwater. Here, the most practiced water harvesting techniques are rooftop water harvesting and indeed pokaris. Unfortunately, recently Pokaris are being abandoned due to the development of irrigation facilities in some areas, while many others are degrading because of abandonment of farmlands. But the underutilization and poor management of these traditional structures not only reduce water availability in dry months, but also ecosystem services provided by Pokaris like downhill flow disk reduction and sediment control, causing additional problems. The Nepalese government is supporting the implementation of new water harvesting structures to cope with the effects of climate change, such as delayed monsoon onset and increasing droughts. Considering this, a tool to support decision makers on where to locate new water harvesting structures would help to increase water harvesting implementation. We tested our best siting methodology in our study area within Kaski district and checked if it could provide reliable information for water resources planning and management. In particular, we focused on 4 top hill communities which, being upslope, are more prone to water scarcity. Despite the average annual rainfall in this zone is quite high, rain is mainly concentrated in the monsoon season from June to September, thus is very important to store water for the dry season. To perform the Pokari best siting analysis, we first created a preliminary best siting map based on relevant criteria which were selected by reviewing various best siting works carried out using multi-criteria decision-making and GIS, focusing on ponds in different geographic areas. Then, the obtained preliminary map was cross-checked with 2 tests. A sensitivity analysis performed by changing the weights of the multi-criteria decision-making equation, which we will see in few seconds, and a validation of the most suitable areas retrieved by the map, carried out by analyzing the suitability value of the GPS location of existing Pokaris in the created suitability or best siting map. After validation, we carried out a field visit to collect information on land ownership and terraces presence, and to gather information on traditional criteria used for selecting suitable Pokaris locations. Finally, we merged the traditional criteria with the standard ones and obtained the final best siting map. The multi-criteria decision-making method is commonly used in best siting analysis to combine different thematic maps and obtain a single final suitability map. It allows to compare and relate different kinds of data through few simple steps. First, each dataset, each representing one criterion, is converted into a spatial map classified on a scale which is common to all kinds of data, so all criteria. Usually, it is a 1-9 scale, where 1 classifies unsuitable values and 9 marks optimal values. Secondly, each layer is then given a weight, according to the influence it will have on the final result. The sum of all weights must be 1, no matter the distribution. Finally, each map is multiplied by its respective weight and is summed to all the other weighted maps to obtain a single final output. This process is summarized by the multi-criteria decision-making equation shown here. The result reports a range of options from optimally suitable to not suitable sites. The highest the suitability score obtained with this equation, the more a point in the map is suitable for the objective of the analysis, in our case for pond best siting. The best siting criteria that we selected for our analysis were slope, land use, soil texture, elevation, and distance from rivers and lakes. Elevation and distance from surface water bodies were both used to prioritize areas more prone to water scarcity, which are those more uphill and farther away from rivers and lakes, which contribute to groundwater recharge and can be used for irrigation sometimes. We also decided to introduce flow accumulation, also said upslope contributing area, as a proxy for the presence of a minimum water flow which can feed Pokaris with water. This latter criterion turned out to be also consistent with the traditional Pokari building criteria. To verify the robustness of our approach, we also performed a sensitivity analysis to assess the variability of the results at varying weights of the best siting criteria. We did so by inspecting 5 different variations beyond the initial weight assignment, which was the one actually used to prepare the best siting map. In the initial weight assignment, we gave the same weight to all criteria, except the distance from surface water bodies, because rivers and lakes are not always easily accessible, so it is not always possible to get water from them, especially in uphill areas. The variation 1 instead gave the same weight to all criteria, including the distance from rivers and lakes. The other 4 variations gave instead alternatively a higher weight to slope, soil type, land use land cover, or flow accumulation, the lowest weight to the distance from rivers and lakes, and intermediate equal weights to the remaining criteria. As per the shown methodology, we also carried out a field visit to check the real suitability of the areas marked as appropriate for Pocari building in our map, to record the traditional pond building criteria, and to gather information to refine the resulting map. For instance, to detect the presence of terraces and private land that had to be excluded from virtually suitable zones. The results of the sensitivity analysis showed that our approach was enough robust, as all the variation reported very similar percentages of unsuitable, scarcely suitable, moderately, and high suitable areas respectively, as we can see in the image in the left. After the sensitivity analysis, the suitability score of pixel corresponding to the 20 existing Pocari's GPS positions was expected, and it came out that all were located in highly suitable areas. Thus, our preliminary map, shown in the image on the right, was successfully validated by these two tests. Finally, we embedded in the best siting analysis the retrieved traditional criteria, which are distance from villages, which was identified as the main criteria, water accumulation over years during monsoons, and distance from roads and trails. The water accumulation was already included in the best siting map thanks to the upslope contributing area criterion. Thus, we just selected all the highly suitable areas in the map and removed from them the areas further than 2 kilometers from villages, those private and terraced ones. As it was impossible to retrieve a road and track map, we could not include this aspect in the analysis. At the end of the process, the final best sites for Pocari building in the area of interest accounted for almost 3.5% of the whole considered area. And here we can see the detail of the suitable areas in the 4 analyzed locations. Concluding, we can say that, to our knowledge, this was the first best siting analysis for Pocari's and one of the first best siting works for Nepal. Given the successful validation with the sensitivity analysis and the existing Pocari locations, we can say that our methodology can constitute a reliable tool to support water resources planning and management, also at large scale, thanks to the use of GIS and multi-criteria decision-making. Another advantage of our approach is that all the softwares and datasets used are freely accessible from public providers, making easy the application of the same methodology to other areas. However, despite the good results of this approach, we recommend to check the retrieved best sites on the field, as it is difficult to individuate private and inaccessible areas remotely. I would like to conclude acknowledging the International Rainwater Harvesting Alliance and its Nepalese partner Kanchan Nepal, who supported us during the development of this work, especially concerning the field visit. And we would like to thank also all the villagers who collaborated with us during the participatory analysis. We also thank the institutions who funded the Rain Communities project. And last but not least, thank you, SARNET conference organizers, for the invitation to present this work. That's all from my side, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Eleonora. Wonderful work. I mean, you clearly have shown through your analysis how technology can play a humongous role in not only rainwater harvesting, but agriculture and multiple other, purposes. Any questions you have for Eleonora? I knew you would have. Go ahead. Please go ahead. That's why I straight looked at you. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead. You are adding so much value to the whole discussion. Yeah. Eleonora, you are there, right, to answer the question?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. So I think you put a lot of maps in terms of soil slope on GIS part. I just wanted to clarify. Soil slope, land use pattern, other stuff, digital elevation model, or you have many other layers. But are you adding all those layers and creating your own final layer before you spot it and then ask the ground team to verify the locations, or you are using it in isolation? The GIS maps which you have listed, which you are getting, are you integrating before you are proceeding in with the identification of the locations, or just using the land use or other stuff alone to identify the location where the pokeries need to be built as per the GIS work? You got my question?
Maybe I will try to answer, and then if I forgot something or it was not the question, please let me know. We made a two stages approach. So first, we used just maps on GIS, as you were saying. So we used several layers and created a map. Then we used and we retrieved in this way some suitable places that might be suitable, but have to check on the field on where to build new pocaries. Then we used the pocaries GPS locations, the existing pocaries, just to validate the retrieved map. So we use them later, let's say, to check if the correspondence between what we thought they will be suitable areas for pocari building and actually what was there in the field. So
okay.
we
Yeah, you gave the answer, but then one small comment is that when you are using the open source, most of the time when we go with an integrated the kind of a final map with GIS, you go to the ground, you see completely the ground is different. But because these are all open source information which we are using under GIS, but when you do the ground truthing, it's completely different. But you need to be a little careful on that. It's only a comment to for your further work. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. In fact, we
on your behalf,
mentioned it.
Allow me. I am also a GIS man, so I may elaborate a little because finally I have seen some presentation using this technology. Actually, it is not the separate maps that have been used. If for you people, you can understand. I think all of you are familiar with the marking system. Like you are all my students and you have give exams of several papers for different science paper and some history paper, and you are giving exams that you are getting marks. So now each of the subject has a weight. So now for the final result, if I have to announce that which one of you is the best, what I will do, each of you has get some marks in some subject. I will multiply it with the weight and combine marks of all the subjects. So that's in this way, I will be able to select which one is the best. So same thing happened with the GIS analysis, that we have for each location, we have marks in context of slope. We have marks in context of land use. We have marks in context of distance from residential area and blah, blah, so many things. And then we combine them. She has shown an equation that is summation of two numbers. That was one is the gain number and one is the weight. So this is the way. And finally, we will be having one number for each location that is showing which one is the most suitable and which one is the least suitable. It is how this multi-criteria analysis in GIS environment works. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further comments, questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Thank you for the presentations. This is not a question, this is a suggestion from me. Like I am a hydrological modeler. So that's why for the identification of the locations or something like that, you are not using now a hydrological analysis in the GIS map. So you can integrate it like there is an HECRAS or HECSMS which is integrated with the GIS. Like if you use the QGIS or ArcGIS, then you can integrate it and then it will be shown you the perfect location. But like an inundation model where you find out the location where the inundated or where it not, then you can find out this. So this is one suggestion from me, and another one where you are using the results and in the analysis, so you can use R. So R is a software, open source software. So where you can show the software, their analysis and the results will come so nicely. So that's my suggestions, not for the question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just add a small thing. Thank you all for your questions, very interesting, and also for the integrations. And actually, I used the QGIS, and we tried to do an experimentation, let's say, and use upslope contributing area or flow accumulation instead, for instance, of hydrological modeling or at least like runoff, because runoff calculations are a bit like complex. You need indexes, you need data, so it's a bit more complex, while you can just calculate the flow accumulation using a DM in QGIS, so a digital elevation model, and you can derive from them directly the layer. So let's say the map for non-expert, but the layer that to be used in QGIS that is ingested in the analysis, and it was also explained by one of the mediators, I guess. And so that's why we tried to simply made the analysis easier. That's why we didn't use hydrological modeling, but we saw that absolute contributing area can represent a good proxy, at least for our knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is all. Thank you so much, Eleonora, and we appreciate you present after lunch. Yeah, so that's all from now. Over to you, Dhanushi.
So in the next, we are slowly drawing to a close, but there is much more for us in the next 1 to 2 hours. So next in line, we have the technicians or the or friends who joined the technician training program on rainwater harvesting, waiting to share their exciting learning experiences. So over to you, Dr. Kali.
Okay. Presentation is there. So actually, guys, before this conference, there was a training, 3-day training, and we were 7 participants in that, and it is just the experience sharing. That was in the Mehangna site. There are multiple. They have built so many ferrocement tanks. It was actually about the ferrocement tanks. A very well managed and a very informative for us. Okay, actually, there are 7. We were the 7 participants. Okay, because we are claiming that we have had a very good training. So, looking at the very first picture, you people just think that we have just enjoyed. No, it is where the training starts. It is where the training starts. Now, how I say that, it is where this training starts. So nature has already told us that we need to store water. And what is the way of storing water? Having a multiple layered tank. That is what we are all holding in our hands. So with that nature's message, we have started our journey. And basically the whole thing was that we were planning to, that was to get training, to see how they people are doing this in here. And then we can go back to our regions and try to replicate it, or try to do things like this by just indigenizing the thing. So that was the whole plan of the training. And actually, we have got training on two kinds of ferrocement tanks. That is one, the pumpkin tank that looks like pumpkin. I don't know why it is not the nariyal tank, because it is more relevant. And I wish there must be become some title that if somebody is giving a nariyal to other because it has water contained in it, it should be considered a message that you need to store water. That is more appealing idea if we use that. But because it is so big, that's why. So that was 8,000 liter ferrocement tank, the pumpkin one that is on the left side, and that is the calabash tank, a little different, again ferrocement, but with a little different technology. That is a 5,000 liter tank that we have built during these 3 days. We have seen that how they people are building it, them, and then how we can replicate it, or how we can modify it. So starting with the pumpkin tank, it is the first side, and I'm very impressed that the way they have organized everything, because completing these tanks within 3 days was not possible. So they have arranged multiple sides. One where we have set base of the first tank, and then definitely it requires some time so that it can be solidified, and the structure can be continued. But after completing that, that is the first site where we have built the base. All the technique we have seen that how the base is built, but it requires some time to get dry. So they have shifted us to another site where the base was already built, and then we start building a structure over it. The best part was that we were involved so much that we were doing these by our on our hand. The very first day we have started doing this because it is very easy. Because it is very easy, you can see these pictures that how we are doing things by our hand, contributing into it and discussing everything with the people that who are us who are there to train us. A very okay. Here I would like to mention that it is not just the building of the ferrocement tank. What we have learned there, that was interesting, that it is not building something. The main thing was to get someone involved into it. For example, if I am raising a hen, a chicken, from a chicken, I am raising that I am now have emotional attachment, and that emotional attachment matters. That will push me to take care of it. So especially when we start talking, discussing about that, why not the plastic tank? We can take it and put it somewhere. No, there's an event to building something in front of people who are going to use it. It is just like having a kid, and you have seen it raising in front of you. So there's an emotional attachment. So it somehow guaranteed that how it will be preserved, how it will be sustained in the future. So that was the best part, to involve the people. We have learned there how to get people involved into it, and also the very good work they have done by involving banks for providing them loan to the people, so that they can use that rainwater. And also it was very amazing thing that we have seen that how that water, because most of us are living in a region where, or living in a financial situation where water is usually not a big problem. But actually even a single drop of water is how much it is important for those people. We have interviewed them, and we have seen in their eyes the respect they are giving to the builders. That they are just like they are building life for them, and that life for a whole family, that is costing just 50,000 rupees. So a big tank. So most of the people, they were saying that they are going to use the water that is stored in this tank for maybe in dry season for a month or more. It is a full-fledged life, the cheapest life that they can get. Okay, so continue with that. It is when we have completed. Is that working? So it is when we have completed that the pumpkin tank in the right photo. In the left photo, we are the trainees and the trainers, the masons who has built this, and the good people from the organization who has told us a lot. And in the right picture, they are the people who are going to ultimately use this, who are suffering from the kidney disease, and now they are thinking and they are happy that in the future they now have the access to comparatively a safe water for drinking. So they are all very happy. And that is now the other thing. That was the first, Francis was actually building. He came here. He was not just a trainee, he was also a trainer. It is the first Calabash tank that was built in Sri Lanka. And he during that building, he trained the masons here. So it is the other side where it has we start building that the Calabash tank that was 5,000 liter. It was some religious center where the dam was building. So it is complete now. It is in completed version. So these two dams we have completed during that training perspective. So there was a lot of learning, although none of us was that kind of engineer to do that. But I don't know how the manager of this training, they have managed things so beautifully. The first thing that was very often that very obvious, that they have selected 7 people from 7 different countries, from 7 different regions, having their minds varying in their thinking because of the environment they are living in, because of the problems they are facing. Also, the interesting thing was they are from they see the things from different perspectives. Some were good in mason things. Some are university professor, or someone is running a private company. He thinks somehow to getting some funding on the basis of this. So there was different perspectives. And when we, after getting free from the training daily, when we discussed and having such different perspectives, it was amazing. We each day we were building more and more. So that was another amazing part of this training. A very good experience we had with this. So now we come to the thing that what we have learned, how we are going to use it when we go back to our regions. So for that, I would like that each of the participants come and share what he or she thinks that he gonna do. So the first one is Sonia.
Thank you, Mr. Kale. Well, first of all, I would like to thank SARNET and Lankaring Water Harvesting Forum for giving us the opportunity to participate in this technical training. I started off as a SARNET member, presenting on my first webinar titled Rainwater Harvesting Offers Hopes and Opportunities for Women. Yes, indeed, it has brought many benefits to the women in the community, but it also has brought many benefits and opportunities for me. So I'm here presenting you on our technical training that we attended. So thank you, Sarne. Thank you, Lankaring Water Harvesting Forum. And secondly, yes, since the start of the SARNET, I have been participating in many SARNET webinars and then this Young Rainwater Champions events, and I have been able to connect with rainwater harvesting practitioners and professionals. I'm really thankful and grateful to that. So the technical training was a wonderful opportunity for me to know more about pumpkin tank and how it all started in Sri Lanka from Mr. Deva. And we also know how the beneficiaries of this tank would be benefited, because since most of the household had like kidney problems in their homes. Since we have already constructed 2 pumpkin shaped rainwater harvesting tank in Nepal with the support of technical support from Lanka Rainwater Harvesting Forum, it was again a wonderful opportunity to be part of the training, pumpkin tank construction training, with all my colleagues from different nations. And lastly, I was very new to this calabash systems that are built in Malawi. It was very wonderful experience to learn from Mr. Francis and Mr. McPherson how the calabash tank is being constructed in Malawi. And here, I think it's the first calabash tank in Sri Lanka as well. And I'm hopeful that it will be replicated in Nepal. And we also have the first calabash system in Nepal as well. So I would like to thank all my fellow participants as well for they were wonderful to me. And we're also a part of this wonderful journey to rainwater harvesting. Thank you.
So next, I will request Mr. McPherson from Malawi to come and tell us all that how you are going to use it, the training you have got.
Actually, we named him Mr. Calabash.
Thank you very much. I think for us, going back after this training, we are going to promote the pumpkin tank. So we need to build a pool of muscles. So first of all, we'll do a training of the first batch of muscles. The ones who were already doing the calabash, now they will graduate into the pumpkin. And we build that network of muscles. And secondly, I think we also need to resource mobilization for these pumpkins. So maybe do a proposal. We need to link up with some NGOs to see how we can promote this pumpkin. First of all, demonstrating it, but where there is also interest, we need to scale it up by more advocacy and just publicizing it. But I can see there is a very big potential for it picking up in Malawi. And we have already done that for the calabash. We'll just continue the same approach that we use for calabash, even for the pumpkins. And as I was here already, yesterday I was giving some interviews on the national TV and on the radio, because nowadays information travels so fast. So the news was already gotten to Malawi, and they have already seen some of these pictures. So people are already getting excited, and some are like, okay, the first one should be at my house. Bring the pumpkin here. Yeah, we're looking forward to see how we can scale it up. And regarding the conference, I think it has been a very good exchange of knowledge. I think it has revitalized our interest and the fire of rainwater harvesting. So yeah, congratulations to the Lanka Rainwater Forum, ERA, for the good job and for bringing us across. And if there's a way, we would like to be part of this network so that we continue to exchange knowledge. Yeah, thank you.
Hopefully you are all familiar that best part about these tanks is that these are the portable. Portable in this sense, you can build it anywhere. It is just a little material that you need to carry rather than carrying a big volume of something. So that is the best part in it. And also it is cheaper and more cleaner. So next I would request my friend from Iran. Actually, it is Shahadat who has made that presentation. That's why he's everywhere.
Good afternoon, everybody. First, I should confess that those photos showing someone working was just photos. Some symbolic. I don't believe it. Okay, you didn't do anything.
No.
To be honest, okay.
No. We have did a lot. Actually, he's some more young, so he always used to.
As a civil engineer, I used to see
conventional reinforced concrete reservoir. And recently for small scale storage, we use plastic tank normally. We haven't seen this. I haven't seen that before. So for me, it was quite new and interesting. And also some more interesting things, what the people involvement. I, 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 I think that as people, as much as they can get close involvement and participation in the work, that job will remain there much longer. Otherwise, they leave it for granted. That's also something that was clearly happened during the construction during last. This was something that could be seen very people, women and men, was working hardly close to those people who was engaged of the construction work doing some. So this is also something. In case of I have collected all details, including material, workmanship, time, whatever they have used for constructing these tanks, and I'm going to make a comparison for between this type of storage and conventional one. And I think there should be some optimum point that you may want to shift from one to the others. It may not be always suitable for every capacity or for every places or so on. We may, if you consider all the things, we may come up with a certain optimum point that we can select the appropriate type of the storage for reserve for rainwater harvesting. This is it's a matter of cost and benefit analysis, actually. And yeah, I'm still, as I have seen, as I have heard, whatever I have heard here and I have seen in the field was mostly about roof water harvesting. I am a bit still concerned about actually things like runoff harvesting or floodwater harvesting. That can be those things that may be much useful for the farmers because of their main job, which is actually husbandry and agriculture and things like that. For me, if we can get give them poverty, give them enough income, make things good for them to have enough income, I think they can even buy drinking water. But otherwise, they may simply leave their place and come across the cities, just like what is happening in my country. At the end, I should thank my colleagues, my friends from different countries, different beloved countries, and in particular, Deva and Francis for giving us such a good lectures and and teaching, and I have learned too much from them. Thank you very much.
Guys, we were such too much involved that to make the things online again after this speech, that on the very next day we were all able to suggest modifications. We were involved this much that on the very second day we were able to suggest modification, that why not to do this kind of thing here instead of what you are doing. So And also, I think maybe Jawad, yes, surely Jawad remember that they have shown us a system that is they were harvesting rain on mountainous region, not from the floor. The spring water that was coming, they were storing that in a comparatively bigger ferrocement tank. That was I don't remember exactly, maybe 50,000 liter tank, and they were yes from the spring. And that same tank or it was at peak of the mountain where there was no, when we have reached it, there was no road even. So it is only the ferrocement tank that can be reached there, because it is squeezed before building. So that kind of technology can be added to for these mountainous regions. We may build multiple tanks to store water. So that is also something we have learned. So now next request Dr. S.D. Morgan from India. He's the only guy you can ask any question now.
No,
if you have something.
Humble enough to. All right, good. See, I think just start on the generic note, because the program we were enjoying, but then I would say that the 7 best brains would have been picked by the forum. Maybe we are all in different fields, but then we applied our thoughts. And as I said, precisely for the calabash, even it is getting into the first and second stage, we were able to link certain aspects of the pumpkin, whether we can bring it and have a kind of a better model. Even I remember with Pearson that the maintenance is a problem, but then how do you clean it? But then we said that why don't we put one more layer? Or the moment the pumpkin tank, they saw there is something, the flesh to go out, then he said, oh, this is a good mechanism which can be adopted. So it's actually more than the design or the layout. We have understood what is the benefits it can do for the community at the household level. So we were able to do certain changes. And I was thinking Pearson will announce that he will have an improved calabash, but rather he made a reverse decision of copying pumpkin from Sri Lanka to Malawi. That's little disappointed. But anyhow, he wanted to make a best out of it. So that's, I can make it out. But then the point is, when the entire country is looking at you to replicate calabash, but then you move the other way around. So that's not to on the lighter vein. So I think it's the journey is good, and the people, I think they helped us. And Tanuja on the day one, she gave the proper briefing so that what is it, and we got the background context set before we started our field journey. And the field journey was really good. It's an amazing stuff, but it's been taxed since morning 7 till late evening. But you don't even have time to see other stuff. Means that your routine or so.
Even to go to candy.
No, we don't have any time at all, actually. But then it's not taxing in that context, but because you have to see the different stages, as someone was mentioning, because it takes 5 to 8 days to complete, 5 to 6 days for the 4 5 days for the pumpkin, and 7 8 days for the calabash. So, but then you will have to do shortcuts, but then we can't do too many shortcuts. That's the problem. If you do too many shortcuts, then the standard get affected, the quality gets affected. So, but then we want to ensure that Francis, when he was a little worried because we are doing little shortcut in terms of building the calabash, in terms of 8 days, the curing time to be given. But we said, okay, it's nothing will happen, but then let's try and give as much as a time possible for the curing process. So because this is the first model he's building, and we need to be more careful because it should be in the similar standard of what they do in Malawi. So that, I think, given a lot of ideas and views, and in fact, we enjoyed the training, as well as the cordial atmosphere from all the masons and the farmers, the house owners, where it was built. So they have been voluntarily offering us the snack and other stuff, because in rural environment, you can understand, because everyone is from a different region, but everyone's requirements on food stuff is completely different. But then we were able to make it out, and they are very generous enough to offer
during the work, because they also see that we have been toiling under the sun. I don't think it will be less than 40, because that's the dry region of Sri Lanka. So it may be around 38 or 40. So it's like anything, the sweat under the hot sun. So of course, finally we were able to see that what is the big picture we are getting out of it. So now I'll come back to the second part of it, as per Khalid's statement. How do we carry forward? I think I come from a background with an organization where we have annual budgetary lines of close to 5 million USD annually, but 3 to 4 million goes for water and water related conservation and through watershed approach. So I think replicating the best model out of these two will go in a long way, because funds is not a constraint for us. The design and the other parts we really wanted to understand how it is going to help us, because till now we have been focused, as Javed said, when we do rainwater harvesting from Iran, the consumption of rainwater harvesting, or for that matter any water available which is surface or groundwater, 80% of the consumers are the agriculturists. You talk about miscellaneous, drinking, sanitation, another 10%, for industry another 10%. But then without bringing that, how do we go about it? So we have to make sure. So we are focused so heavily on the 80% component. Now we will also be in part of this sanitation, I would say 5%, because beyond water, so we have to move into, we've been doing sanitation related stuff. But then now this at the household level, how do we talk about? We are only using as a groundwater recharge mechanism. Now we have to use as a storage mechanism, which can also harvest the rainwater, and the quantity is going to make a big difference in the areas where we are getting less than 100 millimeter rainfall. But we also have areas getting 3000 millimeter rainfall, having a problem in the summer for drinking water or for maintaining their animal and the stuff. So that's completely a different thing. So we were just contemplating on those fronts. And anyhow, maybe we can invite Hans or Tanuja after we built a couple of tanks on the project. So on some of the initiatives where we have been undertaking, so maybe we can invite them to have a look at it, how things started growing in India. So that I can assure both of them. With this forum, it's not that we talk, it's also on the action on the ground. So how do we go about it? Let's see that once it is done, so we'll be able to. And I just wanted to share only one final thought. As I mentioned, because I couldn't prepare any paper. We have been working for close to 2.5 decades right now. Close to 1 million farmers in India in 10 states. The problem is that the moment you said rainwater harvesting, we have been focused on the individual household we need to prepare. But after coming here, you can understand there is a larger perspective which can be brought in as an inbuilt component. Otherwise, I could have been in a position to contribute. Maybe there is always a future. So I'm looking forward to the future conferences so that we'll be able to share our knowledges, ideas, and thoughts. And last but not the least, so we, of course, exchanged with Iran or with Malawi or with Uganda or Bangladesh or Pakistan. So we are trying to see that the kind of a lateral learning beyond the pumpkin and the calabash. So how do you exchange the science and the learnings, which will going to make any country a bit of a better entity at the end of the day? Because our founder, Bharatatna Shri C. Subramaniam, who believed India as his constituency and world as his country. So we actually, if we look at from the macro picture, agriculture globally is agriculture. Water globally is water. So we are looking from that perspective. On this platform, I should thank both Tanuja and Han for giving this platform to see that we go the extra mile and reach out to the continents and see that what best practices can be adopted there. Thank you for the opportunity.
And now I will request Francis, please. Yes.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Once again, Francis Kule from Uganda. I think I'll start my comment from Ms. Dr. Morgan's comment about, taking the pumpkin again to our countries and forgetting the calabash. I don't think that's the approach. We need to have these two methodologies and give the beneficiaries an opportunity to choose from, right? Yes. Otherwise, you're right. I'm Mr. Calabash and I have to market that. Yes. Starting from the learnings, I was able to learn that the Masons in Sri Lanka are very experienced. They are very good. I thought I was going to raise the Calabash alone, but they were able to support me. I was very happy. Second, I had a team. These guys were good at, learning. They wanted to learn a lot, and ask questions. And I was a big man because I was able to handle questions. Of course, others were a bit technical, trying to explain to an engineer, to a doctor, to a professor, very tricky, but I was able to do my part. I'm taking to Uganda learnings about water filtration. In Uganda, we didn't give that much attention because I've learned that the pumpkin, it has a modification where we use gravel, then charcoal. For us, the first flash system, we thought that was enough for us. Until I've learned that we need to improve in order for the water to be good for drinking. I come from an area in Uganda in the west where almost 80% of the people have not seen piped water. It's something they hear about. My mother still moves 4 to 5 kilometers to fetch water from a river. She was married in 1969. We are 11 children. But I think I'm the first one with a degree from a university. I've not yet raised the money to build a 10,000 liter calabash. But I have the skill and I'm, I think, saving a little money to put up this structure at home. And so it is amazing that I'm here to show this skill, which I got with support from International Rainwater Harvesting Alliance through Mr. Han, who has come to Uganda and has been able to visit a number of areas of schools he supported with these structures. I think it is important that I thank SARNET and Langa Rainwater Harvesting Forum and Mr. Han for giving me this opportunity here to bring the calabash technology with my brother Netara from Malawi. So important. I've also looked at the costs of the pumpkin tank. I have to appreciate the fact that I think we built the calabash tank at a high cost. Yeah, because 15,000 rupees per cubic meter for the pumpkin. I think in Uganda to do the double. Yes, I'm going to sit down and see how I can reduce this. I think we've been paying masons highly. We've been paying masons highly. We've evolved, I think, more technical people. Someone has a diploma, someone has a degree, and you see how much they would ask. But there are people who accepted to learn this skill, and I think I have to look into how to bring the costs down. Of course, I have to appreciate the fact that COVID-19 impacted on our economy seriously. And so Mr. Han was in Uganda, things were high, but I have to report that the prices are coming down. And so I think 15,000 rupees per cubic meter is the best price for if you to convince someone to take up the structure. I think the pumpkin should come to Uganda also. Yes, come to Uganda so that the Muslims have two skills. But still, I should say I'm available to bring the skill of the calabash anywhere in the world. You should come to Pakistan.
Sure.
Should come to Bangladesh. But of course, after a good feasibility study. Yeah, professor was telling me, I think maybe in the mountains, you see, he's promoting agriculture on the lowlands. Yes, it doesn't have to go anywhere that it's not feasible. I appreciate. But I'll be available if I'm invited to come and offer this skill again. Yes. I think, thank you, SARNET, Rainwater, Langa Rainwater Harvesting Forum, and International Rainwater Harvesting Alliance for this great opportunity. I thank you so much. I'm going on the 20th, and I think I'll take these pictures. People will be happy for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So now the final, the single photo.
Thank you everyone. Actually, the training was a great opportunity. So here, no pumping here in Bangladesh also. So I think we can should start, because the variation of the cost and the implementations and of the material availability, all these are available here in this continent. So that's why we can start. So here in Bangladesh, I'm working on the water management. So various parts are there. So actually, for the mountainous areas, the people are very much scarcity of water, and also we have the coastal area, but there is cyclones, so there is also a scarcity of water because of the salinity. So that's why it's very important for us. So this training gives us lots of informations, like not only the pumpkin, not only the calabash, also the water management, how they manage, how the maintenance people are manage their drinking water or other water. So it's important for this region, all of this country like Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, Bhutan, all these people are suffering for the fresh water sources. So that's why it's very important. So we learned a lot according to the by hand use, like for the technical knowledge from the fields, and also for the implementations and how they build, how they completed. All this comes out from the training. So I thank all the long-term water in forum, and also the forum like for SARNET, which is actually I talked with all of this, like this is a start. So we need to move forward. We need to involve the youth people. I am a managing director of my company. I have 60 engineers, which average age is 25 to 35. So all are young. So that's why they are using this youth potentiality. So this potentiality can grace to the people work. So for work people, actually we need to work for the basic needs for them. So what are the basic needs very much? So that's why it's our starting, and we hope that for the capacity building, knowledge sharing with the indigenous people, like in Sri Lanka, in Bhutan, Nepal, Pakistan, all they have their own knowledge, indigenous knowledge, which we can cope up with the science, then implement it. Then that will be a sustainable solution. So because we need a sustainable environmental solution, plastic tanks is not the sustainable solution. So that's why in our country, I can replicate, I can feasible like plastic tanks versus pumpkin or calabash. So how they are replicated, how the water quality will be, how the implementation materials cost and implementation cost and the supply of instruments, all this can be a research work. So I think after completion this event, I will get back to my country and we will start a research, because we have various sites to cope up with it. So thank you very much everyone, and thank you very much my roommate and also my partners. We are enjoying lots of, so that's the locations we are getting chance once the morning we are just getting up and then go to with 3 partners. So that's why it's a compact schedule. So after that, before that, we are waking up before 6, right? Before 6 we go there, and then the breakfast. So that's why It's a great opportunity for us. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you. So next is Dr. Khalid. It's me. Okay. Talking about what I have gained, one thing, another thing that I have just learned, that you have you people feel that we are from 7 different countries, but everyone is agreeing what the else is saying. Who is starting with the thing that, as he said, I agree with that. So that is another gain, something we have gained here. So in Pakistan, I often visit in the northern areas that are hilly mountainous areas, and while living in our places there, we need to buy water. Although we are getting water from nature, I think once a day, maybe in some places. But again, we have to buy water because we are not storing it. We are not storing it. So it is very easy solution, very much a cheap solution, and even where people are storing the tap water in their tanks. Even what I feel, the idea of that ferrocement tank is so much interesting that even they need to replace their plastic tanks with the ferrocement one, because these are very much adjustable. As Han has told us, that it is also somehow earthquake proof tanks, and very good to survive, to sustain, and have a life of roughly 50 years, I guess, as Han has mentioned us. So there is a lot I am keeping, and things can be replicated, things can be done in my country, and the message need to spread further, because we just have to initiate the people's learning. That is the most important part. How just we have to convey the idea, and people will start automatically, because it is such a fascinating idea. Even they can build it in home. I don't know, there are some YouTube videos available. If these are, people will just see and can build it. But we have seen here. So with that, that is what my part, and continue with the presentation. So there are some acknowledgements that need to be made. That is starting from Dr. Tanuja, who has given us the opportunity. One thing, and second, an amazing team that have helped us at every stage. For example, Danushi, he was the coordinator. She was the coordinator and coordinating with us. For example, in my case, I was not willing to come, but she called me and just tell me the importance of this training course, and I am now here in front of you. So so much active and energetic. And Deva sir, it appears that there is a walking encyclopedia of knowledge. We stay with him, and we have learned a lot from him. And then Induvara, about Induvara, who was actually managing everything for us. I just remember a dialogue from the film, that Indian movie, that is Munna Bhai. There is a character who used to say, भाई तो पढ़ाई पे ध्यान दे, भाई तो पढ़ाई पे ध्यान दे, बाकी मैं देख लेगा. What is, just focus on learning, everything else is on my part. So he was doing things like that, arranging everything, what we have to eat, where we have to stay, and what is available or not available. So thanks to him as well. And then there's another Gamani, Mr. Gamani. I was just seeing Flashman in the movies, but he has a bike and he's everywhere. He's everywhere. He's coming from here, providing us this and that. So that is the whole team was very energetic and very impressive. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I wouldn't want to talk, but on behalf of all of us here, we all feel flattered by all of your experiences about the training, and very encouraging. So I want to
also again highlight that we are drawing closer to the end of the 2 days, but we all had an opportunity to learn and to gather memories, experiences. We may have a lot of questions. We may still want to learn more from each other. So to capture that, some of you may be already SARNET members, but we were together all these 2 days. So it's a unique experience, I believe. So we have created a WhatsApp group, and I invite all of you to join that group. All of you who are here, we are sharing the QR code, and it's again a great idea of Dr. Sarika. Thank you for that. This is SARNET, second SARNET conference, the name of the WhatsApp group. So this will help. There were requests for telephone numbers to talk to each other, to get to know, to get more information. So this will of course help each of you to connect. Yes, how do we put the, how we can help you, you can scan it and and another announcement is we hope you will also join the second SARNET planning meeting tomorrow, and you will have more ideas for us to consider for how to steer SARNET in future, like that is tomorrow. So we will share the program, tentative program for tomorrow also. If you once you are done with the scanning of the QR code, and then we can move to the panel discussion, like the where you can have all the questions or the queries, what you wanted to clarify that you parked from yesterday, that you wanted to direct at each presenter. Yeah. Okay. And of course, it's voluntary. It is not. You got it, yeah. So can we hear some? Is it coming clearly, or you can come to? Right? Yeah. Yeah. So we'll share the program for tomorrow. It's we're starting at 9:30. Yeah. We'll share the program, and then we can share this once again. So the next thing, next item for today is, this is the tentative program for tomorrow for the SARNET planning meeting. We are planning to start at 9:30 with, I'll just briefly go through, like, so in the self introductions, you can be more innovative. You can get together with the others in breakout rooms with the other participants who are joining virtually, the other SARNET members from your country, and then you can give an introduction of each one briefly. So then we move to, like, we will give a progress about, it won't be a short video clip, it will be like, it will be a short presentation on about what we have the progress of SARNET in the past 2 years until now, and then some suggestions for future work. So and for that we will so what we want is for you all to discuss the items that we present in your at your country groups, and maybe come with two recommendations or two, like maybe plan. You can have 1 or 2 items that which are realistic, which can be done, or which can be part of the work that you are already doing. So that would and you can also how you can get, and also get SARNET in, how you can get SARNET involved while doing it. And another thing is we will have a special session for the young rainwater champions. We have one champion here who has joined physically, that is Sony. So we have others who may join tomorrow. Then that, as I said, the discussions, and then we will share the plan for SARNET, and we can wrap up and go for lunch. And then you have time tomorrow, those of you who are planning to join the sightseeing visit, to you have time to go out, do your shopping, do your traveling, sightseeing, whatever, in Colombo. That is for those of you who are planning to join the sightseeing visit, and for others also have their time is there. And yes, so next in the item is panel discussion. As I said, you may be having questions, things to clarify, maybe some suggestions, all that that you were keeping to yourself. Now is the time to share it with the panel and share it with the participants. So I may invite Dr. Sarika Kulkarni, Mr. Rajendra, Arya Bandhu, then we have Han, Mr. Han Hagen, mentor always, and Mr. Gadesi. You might have and
Tired?
Full expectation.
Okay, so I think, so we called it an open house because here we just wanted to share experiences, anything that you didn't like about this 2 days, anything you liked about these 2 days, and most importantly, what the very, very pertinent point that our friend from Malawi said, that, carrying forward what we have learned here, although the training from the training program, they already have a very clear agenda as to how they are taking the training that they learned to their own countries and what next for them. But overall, for all of us, so let me, he's there. Okay, so 2 observations on anything that you didn't like about the program. Just feel free, because we are here to learn from our experiences and, build better, build back better.
Build back better.
Yes, absolutely. So anybody wants to say quick two words about, I appreciate what our friend from Iran mentioned, that we are just kind of narrow focus on rainwater harvesting for drinking water. We should have a much more broad base focused on rainwater for agriculture, rainwater. Point well taken. That's definitely a point well taken. Any similar suggestion? Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just say a simple one. The issue of rainwater harvesting and disaster risk reduction. I noted that probably there was only one presentation which touched on the earthquake hit zones. And I think we have learned a lot, we have shared a lot of experience on that. But when you broaden the concept of disaster risk reduction or disaster risk management, then also in other areas we have the issue of flooding. We have had the cyclones, and when the Malawi government was sending me here, they were like, we have had the cyclone Freddy here. Can you bring us some lessons from there? So I think in the future, when we're talking about rainwater harvesting and disaster risk reduction, let's also think about the upstream and downstream, earthquake hit zones, but also those areas which are prone to cyclones. Post-cyclone recovery program should incorporate water harvesting, be it the watershed management component, be it the pumpkins, because the water systems may have been damaged. So we want to build back better by providing decentralized water systems. So that's one area that I think there was a lot of focus on one side, but I think we could also broaden that also to think about the other disasters that are coming in as a result of watershed degradation and the role that water harvesting can play in the recovery process. Thank you.
Anybody wants to react to that?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. It's a compliment actually. Very first presentation, the Pondsman of India. The most important thing I like that he involved the peoples. Even though he is getting funding, he can get it done through the money of from CSR, corporate responsibility, social responsibility actually, or government of India. But most important part, when we involve the people, and sir actually already mentioned that we need to involve the people. So it will be a long term. Secondly, I don't have any idea. This is only focus. It is good to be focused on a single thing. That is, the seminar is related to water conservation, but I don't a single topic on ultimate motive, even though to raise the water level of the soil. The correlated matters are we can conserve the water and we can increase the rainfall. So if we can include this topic or like that, you know, might be there are some government entities to related to this, that in how to increase the, for example, I can there are hundreds of example. There are hundreds of examples through which we can conserve the water, wastage use of water. Like if we take an example of paper napkin. So for A4 size paper, it uses 2 to 13 layers of water, and 30% of paper worldwide use for paper napkin. Paper napkin. So these are the topics we can if we can consider in next presentation like that.
Yeah,
so that's all.
I'm wondering to what I
Thank
should
you.
respond. There's a long list of things I can respond to. I think one of the, let me first do the emergency bit. First of all, of course, this organization, Lanka Rainwater, started out because there was a need to supply people with drinking water. So that's how it was started. Then during the tsunami, that need was even bigger because so many people were displaced and we needed to provide water. So therefore there has been naturally a bit more of focus on drinking water. On the other hand, a lot of broader aspects also have come in, usually small scale agriculture, but gradually in the last few years also working with plantations, the ones up country who are using a lot of water for their own production and for growing seedlings and plants and all that. And gradually what we're also seeing here in Sri Lanka is, and that is the industrial part, is that
the industry is becoming interested to become more careful with the water that they're taking from the central system, from the water board, and rather reuse the water that they have collected and stored as rainwater. For instance, in the garment industry, but also the hotels. If you look at the annual reports of the hotels of Sri Lanka, you find that their thicker annual report all have sections on environmental care and increasingly on rainwater. So that is, of course, extremely important in the context of a tourist country, because tourists are lousy fellows. They use so much water. Huh? I mean, at home, you wouldn't be sitting under the shower for 10 minutes. But here, tourists are doing that. Then, of course, a tourist requires a lot of laundry to be washed. At home, you do that differently. Anyway, let me just say that it drains the water. And that is one of the things that, of course, the hotel industry has understood that. Now, coming back to so that is the broader picture. The broader picture comes in the emergency situation that, of course, Macpherson is referring to Freddie, and last year Anna, also both in the same area where the cyclone circulated and came back. It went and it came back, causing an awful lot of destruction. Of course, it's a mix of issues. On the one hand, sometimes the housing is not so good, not so solid. So cyclones can easily lift a roof. On the other hand, we have, let's say, the roads are blocking and causing problems with respect to flooding because the water cannot get away. Then maybe Macpherson, of course, being a land officer in the Ministry of Lands, knows very well that maybe we also have to look into the way in which we're planting our corn, our maize. No? So there are lots of things that come together. Now, floods come because of us, mainly. You go out of this building, you go to the main road, you look around. Where is the soil? There's no soil anymore. Everything is paved. So it means everything goes at high speed somewhere, a lowest point. That lowest point obviously becomes flooded, right? And the damage of water, the power of water is so strong that it causes an awful lot of damage. So, you know, you have, of course, the slow onset floods as we have seen in Pakistan. We see them coming, and you have them also in Bangladesh. You see them coming, they're being monitored. And since we have not prepared, we are facing the music. And then you have the fast ones with a cyclone, maybe a day or a day and a half, but the water is coming so fast that you cannot do anything. The damage is fantastic. Now, I think, Macpherson, I mean, the issues there is that we have to see how we prepare. You went to our country, to the Netherlands, observing that, you know, these Dutch people, they do not have Wellingtons and caps and everything. No, they just walk like ordinary people, even though they're 12 meters underwater. That's something that takes a long preparation. You have to prepare for managing the water around in your area. And nowadays we're even preparing for the next 3 or 4 meters of sea rise. So by 2050, we will be even better prepared. It's costing money. Now, this is where the problem lies. We have people who do not exactly know what they need to do, and governments that do not have the funds to do everything that can happen, that they should be doing in order to protect. Rainwater harvesting that we have been discussing now is important, but for the time being, it is still of limited importance, because in the case of Malawi, you will have to use remote sensing and find out where you're going to allow the flood water to go at the moment that it comes. And maybe, like in the Netherlands, you have to sacrifice temporarily a polder. So we cut the dike and allow a polder to flood when it otherwise downstream is going to damage a city. So we have a plan, and we have places where temporarily, maybe for a period of 3 weeks, we can store water. Now, in the current day and age, unfortunately, many countries have to think about this in the same way. What are we going to do? Assume that we have this huge rainfall problem, this flood problem like Pakistan. Now, what are we going to do? Where are the blockages? What can we do in order to store it temporarily? And so on and so on. This is long-term planning. The long-term planning is something that takes an effort and takes a time. And it sometimes means that you have to sacrifice something temporarily, unfortunately. It is a little bit like, you know, I mean, all you guys, most of you guys, not Malawians, but all you guys are playing cricket. Huh? In the case of cricket, no, Iranians also not so, but anyway, whatever. All these guys who play cricket, they know very well that sometimes, you know, you have to sacrifice a particular player in order to get a better one on the bat. No? That's how you do it, in order to make sure that, you know, at least you can get the last few balls in the right way. So this is something that requires political decision and planning. Engineers and social workers to decide on what can and cannot be done, and politicians to then bless that in a good way. Not an easy process. It takes years to discuss, but it's necessary in view of the climate change effect. Rainwater harvesting, the way we are discussing it, will really help, but it's not the only solution. It needs a little bit more, McPherson. No, and you as a land officer, you know that, but it's the okay. I'm very happy to hear that there is so much interest in a larger discussion of rainwater harvesting, broader than only domestic. That is also necessary, but that's a progression. We have to see what the situation, what countries, whatever happens. I mean, in the case of Iran, 100 millimeter of water. You really have to think. I mean, if you're not watching, it has already evaporated, that 100 millimeter. So you really have to find very clever ways of collecting and storing it, and that's so therefore every situation. But we have to widen it, I think.
There is something that is still annoying me actually by going in the countryside and seeing so much people living there. I can see that their living standard was not acceptable. So we just got through all those districts and mostly the same until we came to the Colombo, everything changed. And it is more or less the same in my country and maybe for others who have attended here, okay? So, I mean, we should think about it. As far as drinking water, most of government used to do something for that. They have done it before, even in wherever we visited, most of them have already water supply system. There was not so much keen to have something like pumpkin or calabash, things like that. Not so much keen, okay, but maybe good. I hope that would make things better for them. I mean, we should think about how to actually trying to empower these people in some way. As I know, IMI institution as I have heard about it a little bit, because I'm not working in, I'm not yesterday an agriculture man. So I'm a civil engineer, but I have heard from my colleagues in the Ministry of Agriculture that IMI used to do more about agricultural activities rather than things like drinking water and so on. So that's as long as the headquarters of IMI is staying here, and this country has so much good relationship with developed countries like Netherlands and Australia, it's not acceptable to have this condition for their people living in the villages like that. Very primitive living standard. And it is the same in Iran, exactly the same. Most of politicians already have taken for granted. Those people are taken for granted at all. So we are living at this time. Most of the sciences are now become linked together and makes things multidisciplinary. We should not focus only on one thing like drinking water. We should make things all together and then progress onward. So still, I should insist that if we can make things more beneficial for people living in the countryside, because they have they have what they need. Actually, they have enough water, they have land, they have too much crops, even they grow by itself, nothing to do with that. They need only some sort of management that exists in the hand of people like Han. So they should try to learn them how to find self-sufficiency so that they can simply do the rest for themselves. Thank you.
It was a statement, so that's okay.
I will just add few things what Hen has said, and in fact, why we are talking about rainwater harvesting for the last 10, 20, 30 years, why we have started. Because perhaps we were used to of using this pipe water or the conventional or well designed technologies we have been using, and now we have realized the living standard has improved and those systems have become insufficient, perhaps, I think. It's a rainwater harvesting, to me, it is not a sort of new thing we are discussing. As a planner, as Hannah said, basically, this is to be taken up by the planners, designers, managers, governors. It's a source, basically, one source of water. We need to make it part of, integral part of all water sources, actually. It's an additional source, basically, which we are talking that, okay, we have to augment or we have to utilize this now. We are not talking anything new, actually. As far as usage is concerned, usage is the same for the drinking, for sanitation, for livelihood, for car wash, for agriculture, for kitchen gardening, anything for curtail livelihood, everything. If you have seen my presentation, we have gone to the International Institute of Environment and Development. They have carried out the studies and they have taken all these aspects into consideration, actually. Yeah. So we should not be projecting rainwater harvesting something an unusual kind of thing, actually. We need to sensitize particularly the public sector, actually. As Sarika was quite happy when all the public sector people were coming, government people were coming. Even my project was from the government side. It is basically the responsibility of the public sector. NGOs, INGOs or civil societies are there to catalyze, actually simple to support. They cannot do, or SARNET cannot do everything. Lanka rainwater harvest, but the success of Lanka rainwater harvesting and SARNET would be that whatever has been being ignored, we are sensitizing that, and perhaps we are successful, and today we are here, and this message is being communicated to the decision makers. So I think we should be, as a forum, this SARNET forum, and whosoever is working, our focus should be on the public sector, the governments. They should be taking care of this water resource, the natural resource, which is not being tapped into the main designing, main planning for any use, whether it is agriculture or for any daily usage. That is my. That's why I think we should not be projecting it sort of something separate from the normal kind of things, actually.
Yeah, I mean, let me just continue from where Mr. Gadesi left. I mean, if you think of Sri Lanka, as he said, rainwater harvesting is not anything new, right? I mean, all the small tanks which are there scattered everywhere in Sri Lanka. We have something like 1,000. We have about 4,000 small tanks scattered all over, collecting water, rainwater, right? And for that is mainly for it was built mainly for agriculture and for environment and for cattle and other livelihood. Right? Why this whole discourse of rainwater harvesting we are discussing now? I think it came, as far as Sri Lanka is concerned, it came from roof water harvesting. But even roof water harvesting is nothing new to us, because good old days, my father used to work for the irrigation department. When he lived in way down Hambantota, way down south, those irrigation quarters always had a concrete tank and collecting water from the gutters. So it is nothing new here, right? What the Rainwater Harvesting Forum has done is to institutionalize the rainwater harvesting, right? And to bring this whole discourse out of complete somewhere, hidden somewhere, and now it is in the public domain. And that's why we are talking here in Sri Lanka, and we have been talking so much about it, right? So I mean, we have gone leaps and bounds in this, right? Especially with, and I always say, for anything to be successful, you need to have a champion. If you don't have a champion, you can't carry these things forward. I don't agree with my good friend here that state can do that. State has so many other things to do. The state does things, one thing, political likeness or political affiliations or whatever, and they have their priorities. So rainwater harvesting may not have been the priority, right? And for Sri Lankan people here, we all want in our house to open a tap and take water, right? Even today, you go and ask, even the people who are benefiting from rainwater harvesting, they would, in their heart of hearts, would say, I would like to have a tap, right? But they won't say it because they know that they can't get it, right? But that's how the mentality is, right? But once you go and give these tanks, of course, yes, they make use of it, right? They make use of it. So it's a totally different thing, right? But here, I mean, I really like to pick up on two statements, one made by Dr. Sarika, right? And one by Dr. Josh. You said, Sarika, I remember, right? I wrote it down here, right? You said, me and my organization is not needed in future. You are waiting till that day comes, right? And Josh also said that we stopped counting recharge wells, right? So that is the day that we all want to see, right? So that we go out of this scene and people will take it over, right? But to reach that stage, I think we will take a long time. Some countries are closer than some others, like what she's talking about. India is definitely gone leaps and bounds. They're far ahead, right? So other countries are still, I mean, even for us for that matter, right? we have done this thing because the forum has been there right in front. Tanuja has taken the flagship and gone so far, right? And that's why we are talking about rainwater harvesting here, right? We have done so much. I mean, we could get a rainwater harvesting policy, and we boast about saying that this is the only rainwater harvesting policy in the world, right? A policy for rainwater harvesting. We have amended the Urban Development Authority Act, right? But all that is done on paper. But once it comes to implementation, we can't implement it. NGOs can't implement it. Forum can't implement it. It has to be implemented by the state. And how much is state giving patronage to that is another issue, right? So this is nothing new to our country only. I mean, if you think about many other countries, the situation is the same, right? So I think the way that rainwater harvesting in Sri Lanka mainly, and other countries also maybe, it will be for some time more on a project basis, right? Even many presentations what we heard for the last 2 days, either project or donor agencies or universities or somebody is supporting them. And there are, of course, implementing organizations which carry it forward, right? But what we want to see is what Sarika was saying, or what Josh was saying, or for that matter, which I always keep on saying, what Northeast Thailand currently is. Northeast Thailand, everyone uses rainwater because they can't use groundwater at all, right, in many places. And they have this 2,000 liter jars sold on the roadside. People just come and take it and go because they have to have it. It's not only in Northeast Thailand, I'm sure you must be knowing, even Cambodia, right? I have seen in Vietnam, right? So that's the state that we want. But anyway, our start is good, and we have come from the start quite a long way, right? And we have a little more to go, right? So that's our mission. Thank you. Yeah.
Formulated the 2100 Delta plan with taking the support of Netherlands. That's why, and our country's prime ministers every year World Water Day, we delivered how we can promoting the rainwater harvesting. Sometimes we are getting the challenge from the donor like the World Bank, and because when we talking about the drinking water, there are the standards, everything that are related to raise up. I would like to hear how can we support the governments from the SARNET. 2 days, the conference we got a lot of paper, couple of papers regarding to the groundwater research. 2 points have raised. One is the technology. I got some of the technology from India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka also. And another thing, how the regulatory systems, because it is a very concerned, because groundwater, if contaminate with someone, that is with great challenge to remove that. That's why both way, technology, how it will be the marketing, how it will be the easy to go to the people, at the same time regulatory system, how it will be easy monitoring, which department, how, and third one, how the people will be promoted, awareness will be built up. Everything's related to these documents and guidelines and supporting, and best example where it is happening. Right now, it is small, but it have the opportunity to scale up. If SARNET, under the leadership of our coordinate, if we do the support from our country, then it will be the good documents to advocate for our government, as well as our donors, like as the World Bank and RTP. You know, the grant fund already reduced in our country. There's a no grant fund. We have to the loan from taking from the World Bank and RTP and others. There are a lot of consideration that's why we have to debate with the donor. That's why we need to the experience logical arguments and why, and from where we will get, in this case, SARNET support to the other countries, and SARNET will get the opportunity to the strong. I request, this is my proposal.
Do you think do you need any donors for these small kind of projects? Do you realize that for these kind of projects, which are very low cost solutions. Do we need any assistance from the donors or even the governments? Yes, as mentioned by Vajendra, that is another thing that practically governments have the priorities or not. But whatever the success stories today we learned, these were all government sector projects. That was my point, that at the large scale, the implementation, because the government or the public sector, this is responsibility of the states to take care of the water supply or sanitation facilities for the public. The NGOs and NGOs or SARNET, they are there to technical support first, awareness raising.
I'll just add.
Yeah, awareness raising, these kind of things can be done through involvement. Or so here we can have some sort of public-private partnership. So where NGOs have the strength to mobilize the communities, and everything should not be fully subsidized, but engaging communities is a little bit different thing where these organizations can come in for these kind of technical support. But the government builds heavy infrastructure, invest so many funds for those infrastructures. Why don't they can spend money for provision of water supply and sanitation and livelihood and agriculture and everything? So it's basically what I have found, because I'm coming from the public sector. That's the issue, is that there is no realization of tapping in this resource at the moment. We are used to of planning a conventional kind of projects. That is the issue. So it will be our success. Like I have made presentation. It took me, I think, 15-20 years. Now the government has given the directive to the planning and development departments of government of AJK, and the Capital Development Islamabad Authority has decided that every household will be having. So these kind of decisions should come from the government actually. Exactly. That is my point. We should, but you cannot do the job. This is, yes. We need to. That's why I used to say that no NGO or INGO should be operating separately, because it will never success. It will never success. You must have the full support of the public sector. This will be our strength. Our approach should be that we should be working in partnership with the public sector or the state.
I think, should we conclude the one?
Yes. I think maybe Ranjit, as the eminence breeze, you have a chance to say something about all this.
Manoj also wants to say something, and then
I think at my age, can you hear me? At my age, I can address you as my children in a sense that you have grown. It was lovely to see what's happening here, because I'm so pleased that SARNET and rainwater harvesting has come to adulthood now. In similar fashion, I think we have grown in rainwater from a housetop to a much larger thing. Moved beyond drinking water to the larger context of water management. And I think planning is necessary. We just heard a Dutchman say, this is what normally they do, that God created this world, but the Dutch created Holland. I think yes, we have got some stuff into the policy framework in Sri Lanka. But just like the world, water has become very large. I don't have to say that to this audience here. Today, without the large scale water management in the world, in the countries, everywhere, I think it is not possible for us to see this, our life way beyond another 10 or 15 years. I think it's become so critical. I think what we need is to get the policy into the larger framework in the countries, into the larger framework of water management, total water management, not purely households and the institutions. So one thing I would recommend to the panel here is to think in terms of getting rainwater harvesting, not in the small context of roof water, but in the larger context. Without rainwater management, you can't have total water management. And it must get into the policy framework of countries in the larger context of things. So I said at the start that you have reached adulthood because I think I was here, Han knows, at the time rainwater harvesting in Sri Lanka was born, and also at the time the center for rainwater harvesting in this area was born. I was around here, so I could address you as an adult to children. Thank you very much.
I think we should think beyond Sri Lanka and the household, beyond household water supply facilities. Because this one is a SARNET conference, so we do have experience of different countries. And so as Mr. Ranjit just said, we need to convince all the government to put this agenda in their policy. Once they put into their policy, it will automatically take the, the pace. So now the issue is how to scale. Every country is doing something, some work. And we have a evidence-based data, some research work, lot of evidences in these conferences. So how to document those evidences and keep as a resource center, and how to disseminate to other countries, that the documentation part is also important, and how it can be disseminated to different countries, and then lobbying with the different government, different countries government to put this agenda into their policy. Some government, they are already little bit introducing in their policy, but not in a full scale. So I think SARNET should also do some kind of lobbying for that. And so it should not be just for the household, livelihood, community, ecosystem resilience. So I think we should keep open for whatever the uses. This rainwater can be used as a water resources, and it can be used for different uses. Thank you.
Yeah, 2 points actually for the consideration of the panel. The first, like he has told, actually we have a lot of good practices across the world. Why don't we pool everything together and we will have a validation? I will make a document, and we all will be part of that document, and it can be circulated among all the stakeholders, so that we can learn each other. And
so Manoj, just one suggestion: we can look at rainwater for drinking, rainwater for at the community level, rainwater for agriculture.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of,
different sectors. We will make a framework, and after that, everybody will work.
Super.
Maybe within 1 year, we will work on that.
Wonderful, great initiative.
Then second is actually, why don't we give an award for some innovation? For example, what is the level of water in the pumpkin tank? We don't know. So that why we have a floating system that is connected to a sensor, so that it will come to our mobile. This is the remaining water. This much liter of water is left in that. So these type of small innovations with the support of electronics. Here one is a space scientist. So these type of people have smartphone, electronics, artificial intelligence, machine learning. These type of things also has to be bring together. And finally, we will come out with some innovations, which actually can be translated as a useful product to the people. Because everybody has a smartphone now. Everything can be managed. If he can manage his water in his tank using the smartphone, it will be much useful. And it has to be that means connected to the climate change also. Which season, how much water you have to do. Some sort of a, that means advanced prediction, how much you have to do. And this, if you collect it now, it will be useful for the future, something like that. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Maybe, sorry, go ahead. Okay. I think there is a smart water management section in that rainwater may be included. So, all right, okay. My focus, I would say that we need to have national network of rain harvesters. For India, we don't have, but there are activities. I just wonder, Iran, do we have people to work for rainwater harvesting? Do you know? But in Nepal, I see there are 3 people here. Are they but coordinated? Do you have a network of people? What exactly what we need people to work? Nathara was mentioning that in Malawi, do you have the people to work? Then comes the policy matter, then comes the fund, all these things come. So we need to have in Pakistan, I don't know, do you know each other people who work? So we need to have the network of people to work for that. Without the people, all these things may not work. Okay, that's one part. So ultimately, then the SARNET can coordinate, perhaps, depends. Then the local rain. Okay, then part of the technology part. One is rain smart water management and this connection. The filter part, the local filters in the rural areas. What appropriate technology can be done for rainwater harvesting filters? I don't know. In pumpkin time, do we have filters? I don't know. There is filter. Okay, I see. Okay. So the we need to think about the local available technology for the filtering, best easiest solutions to that extent. And regarding the collection systems of the gutters, we see the good gutters, the square type gutters in Malawi as well. But in Kerala, we make use the half round pipes. That means the normal pipes cut across. So there are another ways are there. So that such kind of technology part we need to focus upon, improve upon, add upon. Now regarding the agriculture part, Iran, of course, he mentioned, he said, I wonder our dams, and of course he mentioned the ponds and tanks we have. Definitely they're collecting the rainwater itself. So in that way, but for the domestic, for homesteads kind of thing, local water resources can be enriched, like the wells and the shallow aquifer wells for roof water harvesting kind of connections. Then comes the World Water Forum is going to be held in Bali. I think next year it seems. So can we have a slot or some a place over there? Can we have some sort of the people who work exactly professionals, practitioners? Normally, what happens with the World Water Forums? They are the big companies come and they make sponsorship. Then they the research doing people, person, blah blah blah. That's it. But apart from that, can we think about, is it possible? It's the money matters, in fact. So is it possible to have some place for the professionals or the practitioners work in the rainwater harvesting sector to have a meeting like we had the World Water the conference, UN World Conference. Now, then as you rightly said, sir, we need to think about it has to become the part of culture. Like even in Indonesia it is there, and Cambodia. So it has to be the part of culture, and it will take time. Why we are out here? Because one thing is Dr. Tanuja was working for long, or Han was working for long. So we people started working for the past 2 decades or more. That's what we are out here. So we need to think about the future as well. For the next 20 years, what we have to do there. So the sustained interest and selfless, even without any project. Even I just jumped into this sector bluntly since my wife is employed, she's a school teacher, I may manage somehow. Sometimes I used to work with him as well, some part-time research. So I was just bluntly jumped into the subject, rather suicidal, I would say, no income. But I started working with at the graduate. So selfless interest should be there for this subject. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, 60 seconds, not more than that. Hans, for you, I think you have created the SARNET, but the similar one, you need to have the South-South collaboration for Africa, because I don't think they should become member. I would say rather the African Union should have a similar setup. That's the point for you to start with international rainwater harvesting. So either you say association or alliance, you make it a larger one. You can create one for the Latin America, you can create for kind of the least developed countries or whatever you call it as, based on the World Bank or ADB's norms. So that is one. And then the good practices between the South-South, you need to think about it, because lot many things. I can just quote World Bank a recent visit to near to my province in Karnataka. They said that they've seen extensively the watershed doing good for mitigating the climate risk as well as adapting to the change in extremes of flooding and scarcity. So they said the entire Africa, the bank is looking at giving loans and grants to replicate this initiative. I think you have to really, we have to really, for that matter, see that how internationally you can connect and create the model so that it will become evident for people to make it as a policy, because it's always egg first or chick first kind of stuff. So what you have created today, the pumpkins or the calabash, is even sensitizing the government to be part of. So I think you need to take up and touching upon Dr. Ranjit's point, because I know that because the ADB always looks at it because it has almost 30 DMCs. Now it is growing. So for World Bank, it is different. So the point is you have to look at it beyond the harvesting household level to a watershed concept, at least the next step. How you are going to do it as a South-South thing, or you want to create a regional forum. So we leave it to you, but you have a big task to convince and bring the international donors, because there's a good community which can really help in creating the models. I'll stop here. Thank you, Hans.
Telling us that we're not doing it well enough. Years ago, they would not have told us that. Now there is regret. Saying, oh yes, can you not expand? Can you not, get more countries in and all this type of thing? I think that is good. We have a problem that sometimes we not know why. Sometimes the right people are I mean, the experience of the UN water conference in New York was in that sense very bad, because people like Sarika and myself, we were there and we were trying to get in touch with all kinds of people who had some influence, but the system was quasi-parliamentary in the sense that all the big shots were sitting down there in the pit talking to each other. And all these NGOs and others, they were on the balcony, large balcony, you could see them, but you couldn't talk to them. And the moment that the session ended, these diplomats, they were guided into another corridor, and you couldn't, because they were going up to their own cafeterias and things. So it was extremely difficult to get hold of them. So in that sense, I mean, the system is also a little bit difficult. What you need is some people in those systems who are also enthusiastic. They can sometimes kick open the door a little bit. Now we have enthusiastic people. I mean, Macpherson is working with the current Minister of Foreign Affairs of Malawi, who used to be the Minister of Environment, who is interested, enthusiastic. He also showed a picture in his presentation of rainwater harvesting. Now, Tanuja will say that, the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Dinesh Gunawardena, has always been very supportive and interested and even willing to go out of the country in order to represent rainwater harvesting interests. Now, of course, he is busy. That is understood. The Prime Minister is always busy, but I'm sure he has a word or two in favor of rainwater harvesting if he is being asked. Now, those type of ambassadors, those type of champions, we need to identify, and somehow we need to get hold of them. It's still a long story. So therefore, you know, let us just, in conclusion, I have written a number of things on the basis of what I learned. It's not sufficient, but it's just only to get a bit of an idea. I mean, about the pond man, he has left today, but that was really inspiring. It was good to see that somebody who was pushing, got a few ideas right, then was able to expand it. Excellent. And then, of course, our presentations, which were given, not just on successful rainwater harvesting projects and indigenous knowledge from Iran, but also a number of research activities that were associated or supporting rainwater harvesting activities, and especially this afternoon also recharge. I mean, where can we somehow store water, put water into existing old boreholes, etc., in order to recharge, looking for the future. And of course, a number of narratives on the social effects and technical developments. How do people like it? What type of technological things can we or should we still develop? Should we change? Now, this is all, of course, in very broad brushes of what we have done. But I suppose that with a bit of luck, our friends will be able to, yes, will be able to put that into better words. So what we have also heard is that, you know, in several countries, we do have gradually some policies in, either at the national level or at the municipal level. I mean, I know in Nepal, there are quite a number of municipalities that actually give you a rebate on your house building plan if you have done a rainwater harvesting system in it. So already things are happening, and it's necessary because we are going to be hit by water scarcity, and we need to raise water security for everybody. It cannot be in the future, Francis, that your mother still has to go 5-6 kilometers to collect water, and you know, at her age, in those hills, be wasting a lot of her energy on that. So it's difficult. Now, I think Dulip, and then when Dulip was speaking yesterday, Ranjit was also saying, yes, yes, the Kandy Declaration, the Kandy Declaration of 2005, which some of you can find on the website of Lanka rainwater harvesting, is just only 6-7 points, which are still very, very valid, and they exhort us and our politicians and whoever policymakers to look after rainwater and use it well. Husbandry is the right type of thing to do. Then, of course, what I've also noted is that rainwater harvesting, even though I'm putting this one in particular because it's Sri Lanka, rainwater is also a good thing to protect you against disease. Fluoride, arsenic in Bangladesh, fluoride here in this country as well as in India. Then, of course, CKDU, salinity, all these aspects are becoming less important if you are able to use rainwater, which doesn't mean that you should not treat it bacteriologically, but you can. Recharging excess rainwater, we discussed it in a number of ways, needs to be structured. We also need to see whether there are sufficient standards associated with it, because it needs to be done properly in a structured way. How fast it will improve the groundwater levels, who knows? Where are Dhaka people? Are people from Dhaka? Right. I mean, Dhaka, the water level is still falling at a rapid pace. So it means we have to somehow, we have to make sure that we that we re-infiltrate the water such that we can gradually stop that decline. Rainwater harvesting is not so cheap at times. It needs some money or effort, hard work, because there's no point in having the rain pass and flow away. You have to store it. Storage is expensive, it's costing an effort. You have to have a tank, or you have to have a pond, or you have to recharge. All these things need organization and a little bit of money. That is why, anyway, yes, there are all kinds of things, but I mean, for brevity, it costs money and organization. That's also what people have said. But somehow, once you have done that, it yields substantial savings. That was also discussed by some, and it is giving you peace of mind. I have 2 or 3 cubic meters of rainwater in different pots, different parts of my compound. My wife always gets a little bit annoyed when they're getting low. So I said, you can see straight away, you know, it's straining our marriage. How much water is there? Anyway, no, that peace of mind is very important in that thing. Quality of rainwater is a concern. However, household water treatment nowadays is very easy. You can just go to any shop these days and you'll find it. That is not necessarily a solution for the people who are living in Mayangene, the area in which we were over the last few days. So the rural areas, we may need to find some adaptation, but still, in principle, it can be made safe for drinking without much difficulty. Rainwater harvesting is also in general, and now it becomes much broader than domestic. It's in general a climate change mitigation measure, because you can, we're discussing that with several people, you can have these desert coolers which are blowing through a wet cloth, like in Rajasthan at some stage, or a cooler, and it can use it can cool down your temperature. Now that's of course Ramdeep, your place. Huh? What was it again? Where did you come from? Janakpur. Janakpur, a city of lakes. And then one of these things that you did, we had a presentation under SARNET also from the Janakpur thing, where it said that it was some 3, 4, 5 degrees lower temperature, simply because of near the lakes, because of the lake. So it is immediately a climate change positive, at least, measure. And that's important because in those areas, like in the Terai, like in the northern part of India, we have too many concrete structures. They heat up. You do not have even relief at night. So it's difficult. So therefore, it's very important. Functionality is an issue. Of course, there's always relaxation. Some people are not keeping maintenance going. And so at times one finds that, you know, the systems do not work. So monitoring is necessary to do that. Monitoring is not sufficient. Monitoring also needs to come with promotion and encouragement. And again, this is where, of course, the discussion on local government or government comes in. The responsible local government extension officers, right from the public health nurse to maybe an agricultural officer, they have to make comments on this, on the rainwater harvesting system, and say, are you doing this? Are you doing that? Huh? So that was a little bit what we discussed. And then at the very last thing, the presentation from the lady who was presenting on the Nepal Pokaris, she discussed this remote sensing model and then trying to find out what are the best locations. That is very helpful technocratically. But until and unless you work with the people and you check exactly what is really possible, it doesn't make it is not good enough. So therefore, proofing at the on-site what is actually happening is very important. Now, these were a few of the points that came up, and there's not. I talked with Khalid a little bit on this, and you know, I mean, this is also what we all said. We have to keep faith. We have to hang in here for a long time. It is not going to happen overnight. Huh? This is not like the Indian cricket program. How do you call that again? This IPL drives on billions of dollars. So that one will go fast. Huh? But this one doesn't drive on money or other things. So we have to do it ourselves. We have to keep the faith. We have to advocate. And we have to also start with something. So therefore, the projects that we are all doing are very valid, very valuable, and need to be reported upon, maybe sometimes a few more times, to the right audiences. That includes the ordinary people, the newspapers, the mass media, but it also includes the papers, the academic papers, etc. So that ultimately people can see the results and use those statements of the results for promotion and information. And then we have to make sure to use all the various events and opportunities to promote usefulness. I was very inspired last year, was it 2021, Macpherson, when somehow you were pushed to the front, go and meet the president and explain to the president and his wife what rainwater harvesting mentioned. That was a great opportunity. Of course, also a lot of press around. So that is all very helpful in order to get an extra boost. We were discussing at the very last some issues relating to SARNET. Tomorrow we will also discuss that to some extent. Now, what is the role of SARNET? How can we further strengthen it? How can we make sure that their message is going to be heard? We have to continue to promote the message regionally. Social media, I think we have all seen that the announcement for this particular conference came from all sides. It was just going around in different ways, and sometimes I thought in my telephone, now again, you know, sometimes you felt it was a little bit too much, but never mind, that is good. Now the point is, it has to go through various ways, but we also should somehow create an opportunity to share the message with officials, with those local and national officials who should be there, not just addressing the water people. Because these water people are also a bit funny at times. We also have a lot of people in agriculture and rural development who also need water, who also use water. And so environmental sustainability, urban planning, there are lots of areas where you can kind of place your message, make your comment. And I think that is important to do. And if we do that, and we have ambassadors for SARNET. Now, Khalid was having a very clever idea. He said, you know, I just want a tile on my door where it says SARNET office, and a email address or a telephone number or a QR code, so that his students can see, what is SARNET? Oh yeah, let me just check. And gradually you generate interest. People they wonder and they think, okay, what is this? So we are all actually, wherever we are ambassadors to the rainwater issue, and we will advocate good practice and so on and so on. So that is something that we need to do in national organizations, universities, and with practitioners, so that, you know, we can get more attention for the type of activities that we undertake. And if indeed you're able to come up with a nice booklet with all kind of good practices, then those type of things also help, because you have to somehow give people something extra. I think that was it. Now after that, my inspiration was finished, so I have to do this work. you were the other one who was going to make some comments. I mean, on conclusions. So maybe.
I think you have already mentioned all the conclusions and ideas that we were both talking about. Well, there are some things that I want to add that regarding the adaptation of technology. So one thing about that we were discussing, one thing about the government is that the people who are sitting in the government, maybe they have don't have no idea what actually is happening there. If for example, if in my region in Punjab, Pakistan, and majority of the Pakistan, they are easily getting water from the groundwater. They're obstructing it. They are thinking it is okay, but they have no idea that what is happening with the groundwater. What is the rate of depletion, and there is no some unlimited resource. So we need to have some measurement. Somebody has mentioned about India as well, or Nepal, the groundwater thing. So we need technologies. Not every time we have to spend so much. For example, the space technology, the science, space science. Now we have a GRACE mission. Now what GRACE mission do? The satellite keeps on moving, and it's measure just the gravity. So now if the surface remains same, but somehow the satellite is feeling that gravity is now lowering down, gravity is decreasing, it means some mass has changed. If nothing is on the surface changed, then the only mass that can be changed, that is the groundwater. So in this way, it measures the groundwater, it measures the changings, what are happening in last 10 years, in last 15 years. So it is enough. For example, recently I have just submitted my paper. I'm sitting in a university of Pakistan. But what the study, the area of study is, that is whole of the South Asia. I know what is happening in India through that satellite. I know what is happening in Afghanistan, what is happening in Nepal, what is happening in Bangladesh. So that is something, okay, we agree that these observations need to be verified, but not all the time. When I say I am thinking that Han is standing here, how I am sure? It is just an observation. How I am sure that it is not a picture, it's the actual hands. Because I have repeatedly used my eyes for such information. Once you start using these technologies, you will come to know that these are acting the same way as any other instrument. So we need to come up with these. And the other thing that was about the GIS. Do you people know what is? For example, now I have an ID card in my pocket, or some other ID number you also have from your countries. That is identifier. That is how you identify. Now, have you ever think what is the natural way of getting information identified? That is simply the location and the time. So the simple idea is whatever location, whatever information you have, just put it to the location. You have one information, put it to the location. The second term, put it to the location. Third, fourth. Then you can even involve thousands of variables to get the answer. Because now you are tackling the information in the way nature has set it. So why not just whatever the reading you are getting, just have a location with that. Just use the GIS. Maybe you are not using so much, but someone else can use that. So we have to adopt simple technologies, and we can do a lot. We can alarm our governments that it is happening. The groundwater is lowering at this rate. It is happening that groundwater is going down. Now then what is, oh, that's a problem. So what's the solution? Then now I have the answer: rainwater harvesting. Simply going for rainwater harvesting and first telling them that bad is happening and we should go for rainwater harvesting, that makes the difference. So with that, all I think we have concluded it well.
Somebody still wants to do something. Huh?
One last thing for the day. Memory to take back. So to avoid the certificate of participation for the participants who joined the technician training. I call upon Mr. Iyer, Chairman. So so we call upon Mr. Francis Kule, who joined from Uganda to teach us all about the calabash tank. We have Javed Thabati, Dr. Thabati. And Maul Suania. Then Mr. Netar, a MacPherson. She also is there in the picture. And then Dr. Khalid Mohammed. The lady in the team, Miss Soni Pan from Nepal. Dr. Murugan. And yes, who has been enthusiastic about the whole thing from beginning, Mr. Shahadat Hussain. We also have a certificate and a memento for all presenters as well. For this, we invite Mr. Rajendra Aryabandhu, our former chairman and board member here. We call upon Mr. Shahadat Hussain again. Miss Veera Singha is not here. Vasanta is also not here. Mr. MacPherson. Dr. Manoj P. Samuel. And next, Mr. Devakri Hapugoda, our board member and Mr. Zaid Hussain. Professor Tabati again was presenter. Mr. Ramdeep Sir. Dr. Saqib Nawaz. And Mr. Sair Gadesi. Mr. Nilesh Manka. And again, Ms. Soni Pan. Dr. Jose Rafael. Yes, Mr. Resham Jang Singh. Miss Sitara Kumarasinghe. Yes, and thank you, Rajendra. Thank you, all of us. So we can go for a cup of tea, and hopefully we'll and right. And we also invite session chairs, Dr. Sarika, Mr. Gadesi, Mr. Iyer, and for awarding that gift, we invite Han. Yes. Yes, gift giving session for Mr. Gadesi. Dr. Sarika. Mr. Iyer. Others in the panel, Rajendra was in the panel, and Mr. and Han. Would you give Han? I'll call. Good job in getting it more. And Rajendra for being in the panel. Okay. And finally, Han, Heinen, mentor, and always there. Yes. So, yeah. So thank you everyone for coming here, coming over to Sri Lanka and spending your valuable precious time with us and sharing your knowledge. Yes, and we invite, as I said earlier, we invite all of you for the SARNET planning meeting, and also hoping to see you at the sightseeing visit, those who are joining. So hopefully we'll have few more days with you, and we'll meet soon again with the lot of so there will be a lot of things in store for us, I believe. Tomorrow the meeting is at the Rain Center, so there will be transport arranged for those staying at the hotel. Time is 9:30. I will email the agenda once again to all of you. Yes. Right. So you can enjoy a cup of tea, and then you can have time. So we closed early. So 9:30. So around 9.